Thank you for tuning into the live stream. You know what time it is. It is your boy Genesis. Yes, y'all. Welcome back to the live show. Yes, sir. It is currently 9:03 p.m. and today's date is the 29th of December 2024. Yes, 2024 is almost over. Okay, we have what 2 days left and yeah, man. You just got to be thankful for life to be here and the fact that you made it till the end of the year. We have like 2 days left. However, if you're here listening to the sound of my voice, God has been faithful in your life because a lot of people didn't make it. That I could guarantee you for a fact. Okay. If you're here, if you're not, you know, on some sort of life support, you got to be thankful. Yeah, look forward to a better 2025, better than what you had in 2024. New opportunities, new ideas, and just overall new things. Okay, new things. All right. With that being said, thank you for tuning in one more time. And what is going on in the United States today? Okay, we're gonna check out different things and different topics. For sure, I know you guys have heard the news. Jimmy Carter, former President Jimmy Carter, has just passed away. May he so rest in perfect peace. Um, yeah, like I said, a lot of people saw the beginning of 2024, but a lot isn't gonna see the end of 2024. So may he so rest in perfect peace, and I hope his family are okay, and you know, they've taken the news with some sort of solidarity, okay? Because he's 100 years old. He's definitely lived a long life. That is 100% true. But anyway, back to basics, okay? Updates for Sunday. It is Sunday vibes with Genesis. Update with Genesis tonight. All right. Depends on where you're watching. We're also streaming on Twitch right now. We just started on Twitch. And for you guys who don't know, we also now have memberships on YouTube. So if you want to join the memberships, it is $4.99. Okay, so it ain't look $4.99. Okay, support your boy and support the channel and keep the lights on. Okay, keep the lights on the channel. But with that being said, let's get the game started. All right, so Trump sides with Elon Musk on H1B visa debate. Okay, look, I definitely support the H1B visa because I believe that that is one of the greatest visa opportunity for immigrant who want to come in here and be useful to the United States. And most people say, well, what do you mean H1B visa should be allowed? Yeah, it should be allowed because Elon Musk, the great Elon Musk, also participated. He took advantage of the H1B visa. So I definitely support H1B visa. And because you just bring in the best into your country, United States. Okay, you bring in the best engineers, the best doctors to come in here and be of service to serve. Okay, to be um to be an asset to the United States. So I support H1B for sure. And shout out to the OG Trump. He definitely now he's always said he wants H1B visa anyway because he had an interview with some tech podcast and he said, you know what, H1B visa is definitely one for the books. It is for sure very important to have H1B visa for legal immigration. And yeah, 100% I support that. Anyway, Biden reportedly regrets dropping out of the 2024 race because he still believes he could have beaten the legendary, the OG, the 45th, now the 47th president elect. What do you guys think? Do you guys think Biden could have had even an ounce of a chance to beat Trump? I definitely don't think so. because Biden was already, is already a declined candidate. Is not even declining. He is a declined candidate. Okay, falling off stairs, falling off airplanes, falling off stages, falling off bikes. Okay, sleeping on world stage. He was sleeping in Angola on the world stage. Okay, doesn't know where to go, front or back. And he then recommended another disaster, which was Kamala Harris. So yeah, fuck all that. He ain't beating no goddamn Trump. But here we go.
Washington Post had a story out yesterday. I think it may possibly be the most delusional story coming from like 5 different angles about how he regrets dropping out of the race. The headline: Joe Biden's lonely battle to sell his vision to American of American democracy. In his presidency's final chapter, Biden has mused about whether he should have handled some decisions differently. One of those being that his decision to drop out. Yeah. In the first place.
He's saying he thought he could have beat Donald Trump. It's an easy thing to say.
Yeah.
You know, I wasn't in the championship game. I lost in the semis, but I would have won the championship game if I'd made this. I'm using it now in fantasy football. Joe Biden, I'm using that exact same excuse.
Maybe he's just saying he was better than maybe what he's saying is I was better than Kamala. I had a better chance than Kamala.
And who knows? But he did say in the Washington Post, he said, Biden and some of his aides still believe he should have stayed in the race, despite the rocky debate performance and low poll numbers that prompted Democrats to pressure him to drop out. Biden and his aides have told people in recent days that he could have defeated Trump. Aides say the president has been careful not to place blame on Harris or her campaign.
What's so interesting about that, though, is that this whole thing was an off-the-record, anonymous quotes back and forth, and both sides are treated. The Harris supporters and the Biden supporters are treating one another with such kid gloves, being so careful.
Why do you think?
I think because they both know so much about the others that they don't want that the Biden people in the White House don't want the Harris people really coming out and talking about how bad things were, and vice versa.
Right, because the covering up of Joe Biden's mental decline is one of the biggest scandals of our time, actually, and both sides were implicated. Both sides participated in that. I want to show this clip of Joe Biden at the debate. I think we have a montage, do we not? Do we not? All right, let's watch that.
That $2 trillion tax cut benefited the very wealthy. What I'm going to do is fix the tax system. For example, we have 1,000 trillionaires in America. Billionaires in America. If they just paid 24%, 25%, either one of those numbers, they'd raise $500 billion, I should say, making sure that we're able to make every single solitary person eligible for what I've been able to do with.
So you see that, like, there was no way Biden could have done anything like winning Donald Trump. There was just no way. This was June 27th. All right. This was the debate they had in June, summer this year. And it was a disaster. This debate was what made everybody realize, even the Democrats, okay, the reasonable ones were like, you know what, we need someone younger, smarter, faster, sharper. And then Biden said, you know what, I'll give you just that. I'll give you Kamala Harris. And he knew what he was doing from the gate. He knew exactly what he was doing. He knew what he was doing, and that's why he gave us Kamala Harris, because he knew there was no way. There was just no way Kamala Harris would have beaten Trump. He knew it.
With the COVID, with dealing with everything we have to do with, look, if
we finally beat Medicare.
We finally beat Medicare.
Thank you, President Biden.
And I'm going to continue to move until we get the total.
Thank you, President Biden.
If
Trump.
with dealing with
Trump is like, bro, are you okay? Trump is like, bro, somebody save this guy. Look at Trump's face.
Everything we have to do with, look, if we finally beat
Trump is like, What it? Are you okay, Biden? Yeah, he ain't okay.
Medicare.
Thank you, President Biden.
And I'm going to continue to move until we get the total ban on the total initiative relative to what we're going to do with more Border Patrol and more asylum officers.
President Trump?
I really don't know what he said at the end of that sentence. I don't think he knows what he said either. Look.
Donald Trump won the debate right there. That was the end of it.
You like old movies. Is it On the Waterfront or Marlon Brando? I could have been a contender.
Yeah.
That's right. He could have won, but for that.
I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
Oh God, there was no way he could have won the presidential election looking like that, sounding like that, and operating like that. It was just absolutely impossible. Welcome to the live stream. It is your boy Genesis. Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel. Let's get it.
Amount of good memories. Today, America and the world, in my view, lost a remarkable leader. He was a statesman and humanitarian. And Jill and I lost a dear friend. I've been hanging out with Jimmy Carter for over 50 years, it dawned on me. And I had countless conversations over those years. And I always would be proud to say that he used to kid me about it, that I was the first national figure to endorse him in 1976 when he ran for president. There was an overwhelming reason for it, his character. What I find extraordinary about Jimmy Carter, though, is that millions of people all around the world, all over the world, feel they lost a friend as well, even though they never met him. And that's because Jimmy Carter lived a life measured not by words, but by his deeds. Just look at his life's work. He worked to eradicate disease, not just at home, but around the world. He forged peace, advanced civil rights, human rights, promoted free and fair elections around the world. He built housing for the homeless with his own hands. And his compassion and moral clarity lifted people up and changed lives and saved lives all over the globe. Jimmy Carter was just as courageous in his battle against cancer as he was in everything in his life. Cancer was a common bond between our two families, as of many other families. And our son Bo died. When he died, Jimmy and Rosalind were there to help us heal. Jimmy knew the ravage of the disease too well. He lost his father, his brother, his sisters to this terrible disease. So when Jimmy was diagnosed, we did our best to comfort him. We met with him down in Plains. We met with him. Anyway, we talked and shared our beliefs that as a nation, we have the talent. We have the talent and the resources to one day end cancer as we know it if we make the investments. He believed that like I do. I'll always cherish having seen Jimmy and Rosalind Carter together. Theirs was a love affair of the ages. While we'll miss them both dearly, I do take some solace in our kids were saying it, that they're united once again. We're going to remain forever in our hearts, but they're together again. The entire Carter family, on behalf of the world, the whole nation, we send our whole heartfelt sympathies and gratitude. Our gratitude for sharing President Carter with us for so many years. You know, Jimmy Carter stands as a model of what it means to live a life of meaning and purpose, life of principle, faith, and humility. His life dedicated to others. You know, he was like my dad. He thought that, he said, Joey, your job's about a lot more than a paycheck. It's about dignity, your dignity. About being able to look your kid in the eye and say, honey, everything's going to be okay. He believed, as I do, and many as you do, that that's absolutely possible. It's within our grasp to do that. It's not that hard. In his life, he served the nation in the Navy. He led the state of Georgia. He became president and a beloved statesman all over the world. But to know his core, you need to know he never stopped being a Sunday school teacher at that Baptist church in Plains, Georgia. Today's world, some look at Jimmy Carter and see a man of a bygone era. With honesty and character, faith and humility, it mattered. But I don't believe it's a bygone era. I see a man not only of our times, but for all times. Someone who embodied the most fundamental human values we can never let slip away. although sometimes it seems like it is. We may never see his like again. We'd all do well to try to be a little more like Jimmy Carter. You know, my mom, you've heard me say this before, used to say, bravery lives in every heart, and someday it'll be summoned. Every time it was summoned, he stepped up. Every time, politically, personally, morally. And, you know, everything. The one thing I admired most about him, he thought and believed, and he really did believe this, and I do as well, that everybody deserves an even shot. No guarantees, just a shot. Everybody deserves a shot. And, you know, he gave an awful lot of people a chance. So, as I said, I was an admirer. I considered myself a friend. Kept in touch with him, and his son, I was going to tell you a story his son told me, but that'd be inappropriate. Maybe he'll tell you, but I think he's happy. I think he's happy with Roseland. So.
Mr. President, as you think about your post-presidency, is there anything about Jimmy Carter's time after leaving office that inspires you for the years ahead?
Yeah, never give up hope. Never give up hope. I mean it from the bottom of my heart. So much negativism out there. I know you're tired of hearing me say it over the last 4 years. But folks, there's nothing beyond our capacity. Nothing beyond our capacity. If we do it together, and I mean it. I mean it. And he believed it.
Sir, what is your fondest memory of Jimmy Carter?
I have a number of them. I guess maybe my fondest memory of Jimmy Carter was when he grabbed me by the arm and said, I need you to help me with my campaign. And I said, I've only been around a couple years, Mr. Governor. He said, no, it'll make a difference. I said, I'm not sure it will. He said, no, it will. When I endorsed him for president, I told him why I was endorsing him, and that it was not only his policies, but his character, his decency, the honor he communicated to everyone. And but he was also very, very, he and Roseland were very kind to Jill and me when we lost our son, Bo. They were there for us. And I don't know, it's, I think that what Jimmy Carter is an example of is just simple decency. Simple decency. And I think that's what the rest of the world looks to America for.
So what members of the family have you spoken to?
I think I've spoken to all the children. Maybe some I just got off the phone with. I think there were, I don't know how many on the phone, but I think, and I've spoken to some of the friends of the family. They're helping with the services, and my team is working with his family and others to see to it that he is remembered appropriately here in the United States and around the world. There's a process we're going through that will take a little time is to set up this. I announced earlier today we're going to do a major service in Washington, D.C. on behalf of him. But that's a formal procedure that's underway. So I'm sure we'll be talking a lot to the family between now and my main contact is Chip.
Is there anything that you want President Trump to take from President Carter?
Decency. 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 Everybody deserves a shot. Everybody. Can you imagine Jimmy Carter walking by someone and he needs something to just keep walking? Can you imagine Jimmy Carter referring to someone by the way they look or the way they talk? I can't. I can't. You know, I think the end of the deal here is that one of the reasons why we're looked to by the rest of the world, for the bulk of our nationhood, we've laid out what our values are. We've said what we believe. It's not just in the Declaration, we hold these truths to be self-evident, but there's a feeling. The rest of the world looks to us. And he was worth looking to. So thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Shout out to Joe Biden. That wasn't really, that was actually good. I'm not even going to cap it. That was actually good. But, ladies and gentlemen, breaking news: Jimmy Carter has passed away at the age of 100 years old. Let's see some of the highlights on him. Shout out to Jimmy Carter.
Now look at the White House over in Washington, D.C. as we continue to follow some breaking news at the read some more from what the Atlanta hospital states. The only Georgian ever elected to the White House, Carter left office after a single term that was highlighted by forging peace between Israel and Egypt, but was overshadowed by the Iran hostage crisis. In the decades after, his reputation grew through his and wife Rosalind Carter's work at the Carter Center in Atlanta and his philanthropic causes such as Habitat for Humanity. James Earl Carter Jr. was born in Plains on October 1st in 1924, the first of 4 children of Earl Carter, a farmer and businessman, and Lydian Gordy Carter, a registered nurse. Once again, I am reading some copy from the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, the first to break this story. Jimmy Carter there, gaining an appointment to the U.S. Naval Academy, graduated and joined the Navy submarine branch, where in 7 years he worked his way into Rickover Boys, the elite and nascent unit of America's nuclear submarine fleet, championed by the iconic Admiral Hyman Rickover. Carter was on his way up until a death at home changed his destiny. More of this obituary here and all of the highlights from Jimmy Carter as detailed by the Atlantic Journal-Constitution. If you are just joining us here at Live Now from Fox, I do want to bring up this tweet from the news organization breaking that story that former U.S. President Jimmy Carter has died at the age of 100. They say that Chip Carter, a son of the former president, said his father died about 3:40 p.m. on Sunday in his Plains home. Now, earlier this year, during the 2024 campaign, so Jimmy Carter here being the longest living U.S. president. I'd like to go back and read more of the obituary provided by the Atlanta Journal-Constitution as I bring back some more footage from the late president. Jimmy Carter was elected governor in 1970 and served as one successful term before launching an improbable bid to become president, winning the Democratic nomination and then defeating Republican President Gerald Ford in 1976. On his inauguration day, rather than driving past the crowds in an armored limousine, Jimmy and Rosalind emerged from the car with daughter Amy at their side and walked down Pennsylvania Avenue holding hands and waving. Carter's successes included promoting human rights, adding to the national park and preserve system, reestablishing government credibility after the Watergate crisis, and the Camp David Accords, which forged a peace agreement between Egypt and Israel. At home, a foundering economy exacerbated by oil embargoes from the Middle East countries and the rise of the Republican Party under Ronald Reagan helped lead to his defeat in November of 1980. And here you're taking a look at some of the older footage that we do have of Jimmy Carter. As you can see that he was very well active out there in the community, establishing numerous foundations and continuing to show his support for states across the U.S. We see here on your screen there with his late wife, Rosalind Carter, who also died. We detailed that event also extensively here at Live Now from Fox. Now, this is truly tragic news as we're seeing the oldest living president, Jimmy Carter, passing away at the age of 100. We're looking forward to seeing what the coverage is going to look like. Of course, all across the country, we're going to be seeing tributes pouring in for Jimmy Carter as he has really left a monumental legacy. At 100 years old, Jimmy Carter, there, as you can see, continuing with some more of this footage, all the people that he convened with. And again, we did get that breaking news from the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. I'm going to pull it back, this tweet once again, as we continue to work up some more information. But Jimmy Carter, the 39th president of the United States, has died. One of his sons, Chip Carter, there confirming that. And here we go, a tweet from the Carter Center. saying our founder, former U.S. President Jimmy Carter, passed away this afternoon in Plains, Georgia. We're going to continue to rack up some more of the tweets, all of the reaction that we're getting as this monumental news is pouring in. The late President Jimmy Carter. But going back to some of these highlights that once again are being reported by the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, saying there that his son Chip Carter confirming that the former president dying at his home in Plains at about 3:45 in the afternoon local time there. We're kind of going through some more of these articles. Reuters also confirming as well. A former U.S. President Jimmy Carter, who won the Nobel Peace Prize, has died at 100. And they're citing the Atlanta Journal-Constitution as they did report this breaking news. Going back to more of this obituary from the former president, as you're taking a look here on your screen at a tweet from the Carter Center, that Carter did live longer than any other U.S. president, entering home hospice care in Plains, Georgia back in February of 2023 after a series of short hospital stays. The only Georgian ever elected to the White House, Carter left office after a single term that was highlighted by forging peace between Israel and Egypt. And in the decades later, his reputation grew through his and his wife's work at the Carter Center. You're taking a look at the screen, a tweet from them. The Carter Center.
Thank you for tuning in into the live stream. You know what time it is. Well, there you have it. Jimmy Carter, a former president of the United States, has passed away this afternoon in Plains, Georgia. He was 100 years old. And, yeah, he lived a very long life for sure. I mean, how many people do you know that lived up to 100 years old, especially in this generation? I mean, it's almost impossible to live as old as 100 years old. He lived a long life. He achieved a lot for sure. And may he so rest in perfect peace. All right. With that being said, what is going on in Congress? Check this out.
But let's begin this hour on Capitol Hill, as Democrats are reportedly united against House Speaker Mike Johnson ahead of next month's Speaker vote.
Madeline Rivera is in Washington with the details. Madeline.
Hi, good morning. House Speaker Mike Johnson survived an ouster bid in May. He made it with the help of Democrats who voted to save him. This time, Democrats say they won't be doing that again.
Hakeem has made that very clear. And you saw that as we voted on the budget at the end of the year, we stayed united. There were a lot of things in there that bothered us. We stayed together. And trust me, we will do the same thing on the House floor when the vote for Speaker comes up. Democrats are going to be united. We are not going to bail him out this time.
That puts Johnson in a tight spot. The next Congress will begin with 219 House Republicans and 215 House Democrats. Johnson needs 218 votes to keep his job. One Congressman, Republican Thomas Massey, has said he won't be supporting Johnson. That means another defection could sink Johnson's prospects. Other Congressmen, Andy Harris, Scott Perry, Troy Nehls, and Tim Burchett, for instance, are also on the fence. But Johnson's allies are warning against a fight over the gavel. They say a speaker's battle is a distraction and will delay them from enacting President-elect Trump's agenda.
I fully support Mike Johnson. I think he's done as good a job as anyone could have done with the cards that he's been dealt. And then who else is going to do it? We have been given a mandate by the American people. President Trump has been given a mandate. The first 100 days are going to be extremely important. We do not need a protracted speaker's race.
We're still waiting for President-elect Trump to weigh in on the speaker's vote. Republicans say he will have the ultimate word on whether Johnson stays or goes. Will, Rachel, and Charlie.
Well, thank you, Madeline, for that. Yeah. Let's continue to analyze this with Fox News Sunday anchor Shannon Bream, who joins us now. Hey, Shannon.
Good morning, guys.
Good morning. You know, we were just sitting here during Madeline's report talking about this. I think it's no surprise that Democrats are united against Mike Johnson. The question is about Republicans. And as everything governing going forward, it's going to be a question of Republicans and unity from Trump's nominees to his cabinet. If he has enough Republican support, then they'll be his nominees. And now with Mike Johnson, how much Republican support can he get? And I turn that over to you, Shannon.
Well, so you guys know, as Madeline was reporting, that Thomas Massie is saying he is a no vote. He's going to vote for someone other than Johnson. Unless he changes his mind, that's the deal. And that's the only vote that Johnson can really lose based on the current numbers. Our Chad program, you know, who is the best of the best on Capitol Hill, he does the math for us, and he says basically that's it. Every other Republican has to stick together for Johnson, or he is in real trouble. But as you've also heard there, too, where do you go next? Who is the other Republican that takes up this mantle and can get 218 votes? I do think it's going to be really important to hear from President Trump. He's been supportive of the speaker. You heard Elon Musk also come out after that vote to get the continuing resolution done and saying he did the best with what he had to work with. So absent that, it sounds like he's the guy, but you can't lose anyone past Thomas Massie and hold on to the gavel. And remember, they literally can't do anything in the House, including certify the election on January 6th, if they don't have a speaker.
Well, Shannon, we were just talking on the couch, the three of us. I don't want to speak for everyone. I have a lot of respect for Thomas Massie. And
we all like Thomas Massie. By the way, I like Speaker Johnson as well. I think he's a very affable, great guy. But my question is Thomas Massie, has he put something on the table like, I want you to do this, and then you get my vote? Or is he just a no matter what?
Well, what he said is that the legislative branch is behaving very weakly. He thinks that they need to stand up, be independent from the executive and judicial branches, and do their job. So based on that, I don't know what the speaker could tell him or give him that would assure him that is going to change enough to convince him by January 3rd. But maybe they're having those back channel conversations about what it will take to win that vote back, because it's so precarious. But he hasn't publicly said something like a list of demands. You do these things, I change my vote. We haven't seen that publicly.
Yeah, can I just say, Charlie, to you, as much as Shannon, he also hasn't said what his alternative would be to Speaker Johnson.
Which is always the problem. Yeah, and the wonderful thing about Thomas Massie, but also the difficult thing about Thomas Massie, is that you're not going to buy him off by building a bridge in his district. Yeah. He really doesn't care about that kind of thing. He's a very highly principled guy, and it does seem like the question that he's going to wind up getting stuck on is what is the alternative? Mm-hmm. And at a moment like this, where you have, Republicans have, whatever it is, 70, 80% of what it is that they want, what they need to get things done in Washington, do you want to derail that or get things on track with Trump in the White House and Republicans in control of both chambers of Congress?
Well, it sounds like he's going to make his point one way or the other. And again, if he's the only vote that Johnson loses, Johnson can still hold on to this thing. The worst case scenario, way back in the 1860s, I think it was, somebody went through 133 ballots to get to Speaker. I do not think we're going to get anywhere near that this time, but there are real questions about how this thing gets done. By the way, Congressman Massie is one of those who said, I don't buy the argument about pressuring me that we can't certify the election on January 6th. Like, that's not going to sway my vote. I'm not worried about that. It's not an issue. I have bigger concerns about how Congress is operating. But he hasn't given us an alternative name or somebody else he would vote for. And that person, whoever it would be, is certainly not going to get to 218. So how long he sticks with this and makes a point, and whether other Republicans join him in some show of force or stick together and give Johnson the 218 he needs, we'll find out in a few days.
Well, Shannon, one of the things that is commendable about Democrats, and you can look at it this way, is they do stick together. They understand it's a team sport. And as you saw in that clip before with the Michigan Congresswoman, who she's saying, we all vote together. Now, the Democrats are also facing, what we've been talking about all morning, which is a rebranding. Here's Representative Dean Phillips from Minnesota. And he says this, he says it's a party that consists of multiple silos, and campaign committees and outside groups cannot strategically do its job. And that means leadership right now. We are totally devoid of leadership. We're rudderless. I don't know which Democratic Party member my colleagues would point to as the leader, as the de facto leader. And absent that, I don't see much, frankly, happening. What's your thoughts on that? And who do you think?
And this is the thing that I'm always complaining about when it comes to the Republican Party. Okay, I feel like they do not align behind each other. They like to contemplate, go back and forth, and not be in one accord. But if you think about the Democrat Party, they align themselves with each other 24/7. It's like, is this what we're going to do? That's what everybody's doing. But when it comes to the Republican Party, it's like they're trying to go against each other. And come next year, January 20, well, before January 20, they're going to have the majority in the House and Congress. And it's like, are you guys going to do what you're supposed to do? Or are you going to just go back and forth? Because now Trump needs the Republican Party to be in one accord more than ever. But hopefully they can. But I like Mike Johnson. I like Speaker Mike Johnson. Okay, he's a very smart person. He is articulate. He is a very skillful communicator. So I think for a fact he should be the next, still be the next speaker. But Republicans have their whatever that they do.
Becomes that leader moving forward in this rudderless party, as Phillips describes it.
Yeah, and listen, as you guys know, I mean, he was a critic of President Biden running again from the beginning, and he has been raising these concerns, but many others have who are still a part of the party, including Congressman Ro Khanna, who's with us this morning on Fox News Sunday. He's talked about the fact that we didn't listen to people. We're going to, the wrong positions on these culture war issues, that we're not using common sense on issues of crime and people feeling safe. So there's a lot of introspection publicly and privately happening with the party. One of the first big things they'll do is elect the new DNC chair. And so a lot of people are looking to that to see, all right, does that person become the leader of the party? All the big guns were out for the last election, Presidents Clinton and Obama and others who were super popular, and they didn't have a win with Vice President Harris. So, that takes away a little bit of the luster from their leadership in the party. So who is the current leader? I think Democrats are still trying to figure that out themselves.
Shannon,
of course they're trying to figure
what do
it
you
out.
have coming up on Fox News Sunday? But also, let me ask you this question as you tell us that.
Of course they're trying to figure it out because they always go against each other. And that's the number one bad vibe that they do have in the Republican Party. That is like no, come on, man. Y'all get it together. Get it together, y'all.
Donald Trump just weeks away from assuming office and is teasing U.S. territorial expansion. The president-elect has spent some of the days leading up to Christmas talking about retaking control of the Panama Canal, accusing the country of charging excessive fees for ships utilizing this critical waterway to cross between the Pacific and Atlantic Oceans. The rhetoric clearly not sitting well with Panama's president, for one, who told CNN that Donald Trump's stance is, quote, totally irrelevant.
That is a manifestation of gross ignorance of history. The canal will celebrate 25 years under Panamanian hands, under Panamanian administration on December 31st.
Yeah. You know what makes me laugh? When I see men like this try to be smart. I don't want to say smart ass, but when they try to be smart and they try to talk down on people like Trump, it's like, what are you doing? You don't want smoke, okay? You definitely don't want any smoke with the OG. You don't. You just don't want smoke with the OG. But anyway, they do this for the camera, for the lights, for their people, talking about Panama Canal as being in Panama for 25 years. It's been under the Panama command for 25 years because the United States gave it to you. The United States built the Panama Canal in the 1900s, okay? It was firstly the French that were supposed to build it in the 1800s, but they could not complete it because of diseases and, they didn't just have enough investment and enough manpower to complete the canal. United States took it over and finished building it and commissioned it around, I think, 1914. And it's like, what are you doing? If you're going to do business with China, who is not a friend of the United States, what do you expect the United States to do? Just sit back and chill? Well, look, the OG is back. If you think you're just going to do what you like, well, I don't know. Just go ask Justin Trudeau, who goes to Mar-a-Lago to kiss the ring, and the president of Mexico, she was, look, we're not going to secure the border. But guess what they did? Secure the goddamn border.
So all those speculations and all that range of eventualities that are not going to happen, well, I leave them there as totally irrelevant issues and quite bordering on historical incoherence with what the Panama Canal has been, is, and will be.
It's not just Panama. The president-elect is also reigniting his push to buy Greenland, all in the name of national security, he says. CNN's Steve Conturno has the very latest for us. Panama isn't having it, Steve, but what are you hearing about why this push from Donald Trump now?
Well, it's a fair question, Kate, because for a lot of Trump's inner circle, this has certainly come out of left field. It's not something that he talked about during the campaign at all, and he has not necessarily made it a priority up until the point where he just suddenly posted to True Social about it, and he obviously doubled down on Sunday. And it's sort of part and parcel with the rhetoric we have seen from Donald Trump in recent days, not just Panama and not just Greenland, as you say, but also teasing this idea that Canada could potentially be absorbed as a 51st state. Now, that appears more as an attempt to needle the Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, but it does seem like this idea that Trump wants to buy Greenland and wants to pressure Panama and potentially take over the Panama Canal are serious endeavors. And as you said, it's not just the Panama president that is pushing back, but also the people there as well. Take a listen to what some of them told CNN en Español.
That will never happen. That will never happen, because you will have to kill all the Panamanians who live here.
All Panamanians of all ages, of all classes, and of all social conditions, and with all political beliefs, have to close rank at this moment when the country demands that we defend the canal.
Those are harsh words from the people of Panama, coming just a week before the country is set to celebrate the 25 years of ownership and control of the Panama Canal. And look, they're not the only ones pushing back on Trump's expansion plans. Greenland has also said the country is not for sale, though they are open for cooperation with the incoming administration. Kate.
Steve Conturno, thank you so much for the reporting. Sarah.
All right, joining us now to discuss, CNN political commentator Maria Cardona and founder and principal at Blue Stack Strategies, Mara Gillespie. Okay, Donald Trump certainly did not run on any of this. And I know you all remember back in the day when he talked about buying Greenland before. Now he's added taking control of the Panama Canal and making Canada the 51st state. Why is he doing this, Mara? This is not what the American public, not what he ran on, certainly. Why is he talking about this right now?
It certainly has Republicans like myself concerned, because this certainly doesn't follow along with his America First platform, kind of deflecting to land grab issues that were not what the American people voted on Election Day. Just gives us pause about what it is that his plan is for addressing the real issues that Americans were concerned about and voted for him in November, mainly with immigration and with border control and with the economy. And by picking at Panama and Greenland as a land grab thing, as opposed to actually having policy issues addressed, it's concerning. And I think it just goes to deflecting, because he knows that right now there is a lack of leadership in the White House. There isn't much being said. And so he's taking any and all attention and trying to deflect from the fact that he doesn't currently have a plan. And that should give cause for concern for a lot of Republicans right now.
Well, 3 former Panamanian presidents have signed a joint.
A lot of people are saying, like, why is he talking about Greenland? Why is he talking about the Panama Canal? Why is he talking about Canada? First of all, the United States subsidizes Canada, okay? So it's like, he's saying if the United States is going to subsidize Canada, they should, or there will as well be the 51st state, and Justin Trudeau is going to be the 51st governor. Also, for when it comes to Greenland, he's just saying that based on national security. Same thing with Panama Canal. It's like, if you're going to do business with China and allow China or Chinese soldiers to do some sort of control in Panama, that could be a national security issue. So everything he's saying is valid in my opinion, okay? Because this news media, they're going to make you think he's not thinking about the United States. He is absolutely thinking about the United States, okay? Like, this is it, man. He is. If you take a look at China, okay? Take a look at Kim Jong-un of North Korea. Take a look at President Putin of Russia. All these people are taking territories. I'm not taking that support. I'm not saying I support Trump trying to take territories or whatever, but I'm saying like these men, okay, President Xi, Kim Jong-un, Putin, they respect people who commands respect. Okay, if you're gonna have a dialogue with them, if you're gonna be a diplomat, because the leader of the free world has to be a diplomat. Okay, Trump has to be a diplomat, have a conversation with these guys. If he's gonna have any type of conversation with these guys, he must show strength. He has to show strength, okay? Because what are you going to bring to the table? Because you just are the president of the United States. That's all you have? No, you have to show some sort of strength. And him talking about Panama Canal, Greenland, Canada, and just the move of saying Governor Justin Trudeau join the United States and make Canada the 51st state, and saying if Canada joins the United States, Canada would have 60% tax cut. Okay, Canadians are going bunkers. Canadians want to be a part of the United States because they want low taxes. Right now, they are, look, Trudeau, Justin Trudeau, he has gouged all of his people with taxes. So they want to be a part of the United States. But this right here, to me, is a show of strength, and it's just signaling to the world saying, don't mess around. OG is back. Adults are back in the White House. This is my opinion.
Joint declaration with the current leader asserting sovereignty over their country's canal. It comes just one day after Jose Raul Malino said every square meter of the canal and its adjacent area belong to Panama, and it will remain that way. On Sunday, Donald Trump slammed what he called unfair fees for U.S. ships passing through the crucial waterway, and he threatened to reclaim the canal America once controlled. But the president-elect failed to clarify how he would force a sovereign-friendly country to hand over its own territory. CNN's Gustavo Valdez joins us now live from Mexico. Gustavo, what has been the response in Panama?
Well, the Panamanian people and their government, as you can see, unified behind the fact that they say the Canal Panama belongs to the Panamanian people.
Of course.
There were some people yesterday protesting in Panama the words of Donald Trump. The president, however, seemed to be a little bit more dismissive and saying that perhaps Donald Trump should go back and read history books.
That is a manifestation of gross ignorance of history. So, all those speculations and all that range of eventualities that are not going to happen, well, I leave them there as totally irrelevant issues and quite bordering on historical incoherence with what the Panama Canal has been, is, and will be.
That's all they all say. Every one of them. And they go ahead and kiss the
President
ring.
Molina speaking to CNN and Espanol contributor Andres Oppenheimer, who is going to have a full interview this Sunday on CNN Espanol. He also highlighted the economic impact that the canal has in his country, saying that this year alone they got more than $2 billion in revenue from the canal, and certainly they are not going to go willingly to give up control of the canal. It's actually not clear what Donald Trump could do to regain control of this area that was given back to Panama. They're going to be celebrating 25 years on December 31st since they took over of the Canal de Panama.
Gustavo, I mean, what President-elect Donald Trump is accusing Panama of is high fees and that they're unfair. Has there been any word around the fee structure, and has Panama defended what it is charging the United States?
They said that the fees applies to everyone. The canal is there to serve any ship that needs to cross from one side of the Pacific to the Atlantic and vice versa. There are no special fees. They also highlight that they just underwent a big expansion of the canal to accommodate larger ships. So the fee, it's the fee for everyone. It's based on the size of the vessel. So there's no clear also what any concession can Panama do on that area. Especially the other thing here, it could be for Donald Trump, is the risk of alienating somebody who could be key on Donald Trump's immigration policy, because Panama is a country from where many of the Venezuelans who have been coming north to try to get into the United States have been crossing. crossing. So he has the power to control the flow of migrants. So whatever Donald Trump wants to say or do about the canal could have also an impact on immigration.
After Trump blasted Panama for raising fees on cargo ships to use the waterway, President Jose Raul Mulino said that every square meter of the canal is Panama's and will remain so. That prompted this reply from Trump on Truth Social. Quote, "We'll see about that." Let's discuss this more now with CNN political commentator Karen Finney and Republican strategist Neil Chatterjee. Good to see you both. Karen, let me start with you. This is apparently really outraged people in Panama based on the news coverage we've seen. Trump's former White House Chief of Staff, Mick Mulvaney, says this is just a negotiating tactic. Take a listen.
This is a negotiation. By the way, one of the reasons Trump is so good at negotiating is that it's a credible threat. If he says, look, we are going to have problems with Panama if they don't lower the rates, I don't envision American troops going in to retake the canal. But you got to think that someone's out there scratching their head going, is Donald Trump crazy enough to do something like that? And it's that viable threat that sort of gives him negotiating leverage that not a lot of other folks could ever come up with.
Karen, do you buy that this is just a viable threat?
I believe that is the talking point, and I believe that is what Donald Trump is saying. But here's the larger problem, aside from how absurd the thing is. That's not what the American people voted for. We were told the election was about the price of eggs, right? So where is the conversation about how he is on day one going to start lowering costs for the American people? Frankly, in the interviews that he's done so far, he's actually admitted he doesn't have a plan to lower costs and that he can't promise that this tariff regime that he's going to implement will lower costs. So I think the bigger problem is people are hearing him talk about the Panama Canal and Greenland and all sorts of other things like Canada, but they're not hearing him talk about them and their lives and what he's going to do to make their lives better on day one.
Yeah, Neil, to Karen's point,
because he already said it. Okay, he already told you was gonna cut down. He was gonna cap credit card interest rate to 10%. He already said no tax on tips. He already said he was gonna slash electricity prices by 50% in the first year. He already said all of this stuff. Like, of course, it's usually your own people who throws you under the bus real fast.
It's not just Panama. I mean, Trump has also said he wants the U.S. to take over Greenland, citing purposes of national security. That's a territory of Denmark. That's a NATO member. Is this really how a U.S. president should be treating our allies around the world with viable threats, according to Mick Mulvaney, and bullying? What do you think?
Look, I respectfully disagree with Karen. I actually think the president-elect did campaign on these issues. He campaigned on American energy dominance. So much American energy, clean U.S. LNG that creates jobs here at home, that gives our allies geopolitical alternatives to Russian gas, and that lowers global carbon emissions by displacing dirtier sources of fuel overseas. It flows through the Panama Canal. But one of the challenges that U.S. exporters have had is cost and cost implications, and the charges to go through the canal contribute to those cost increases. So if President Trump can use this muscular approach, this leverage, this Theodore Roosevelt-like approach to American strength on the world stage, and it ends up lowering prices for American exports, that benefits Americans, and that's exactly what President-elect Trump campaigned on.
Facts.
What about, Neil, let me stick with energy for a moment, and this is obviously your space, certainly more than it is mine, but let's talk about, for example, the threats to Canada. You've had officials from Canada say, hey, if you threaten us, we're going to threaten you, and that would have a direct result on the price of,
Canada
oil,
can't
of
do
energy.
nothing.
What are your thoughts there?
Look, I think, again, this is all about leverage. This is about, kind of President Trump using his leverage to gain advantage, and it's worked.
Everybody can talk, okay? Everybody knows how to run their mouth. Everybody runs their mouth until it's time to actually deliver on your threat. And everybody knows Trump is the number one person who can actually deliver on his threat, okay? Look, I'm not saying do we need to tariff all of these countries, China, Canada, Mexico. I don't think so, okay? I think there should be no tariffs. There should be free and fair trade. and everything should work the way it's supposed to. However, it's like if these guys are not being fair, the only way to get their attention is to tariff the hell out of them. Okay, it's just what it is. All right, you can go back and forth, but that's just the way it is. All right, and also bring back manufacturing into the United States. All right, so everybody can go back and forth and do politics. All right, but this guy Trump, he's proven to every single person that his priority is to bring down prices for the common man, the truck driver, the construction worker, the plumber, the HVAC technician, the welder, the electricians, the normal person in the United States. These are his responsibilities. He's not here to pander to the elites. The elites, they love him, and like some minor elites, like they don't like him because he wants everybody to have a good life. And we could argue back and forth about that statement, meaning everybody should have a good life, but that's just the truth. Okay, during his first term, we had more money in our pockets. We have lower gas prices. We had lowest mortgage rates. Okay, people had money in their savings account. People were living life, but now we're here, and he has to do it again. He has to even make it better this time because Biden did a lot of BS.
In the immediate aftermath of him kind of needling Prime Minister Trudeau came down to Mar-a-Lago to kiss the ring. And he's in a very weakened position in Ottawa.
Of course, Trudeau he went to Mar-a-Lago. Like, who have you seen? What president have you seen who actually goes to another president-elect? This isn't like the president. Trump isn't the president right now. He's a president-elect, okay? He's not even the 47th yet. Biden is still the 46th. He is still the president of the United States. So until January 20, that's when Trump will be the president of the United States. And before that, Justin Trudeau of Canada is already going to a private citizen's house who happens to be the 47th president-elect, Donald J. Trump, Mar-a-Lago, Palm Beach, Florida. He's going to his house to do what? To kiss the goddamn ring.
Right now, and a lot of that is because of the concerns that his Canadian allies have about whether he is tough enough to deal with Donald Trump, and the end result will be greater impact for American consumers, for American voters.
Some of the headlines we've got: Trump is teasing U.S. expansion into Panama, Greenland, and Canada. Trump's wish to control Greenland and Panama Canal, not a joke this time. Trump dreams of empire expansion. You make a great point that people perceive what he's saying. What he's doing is actually trying to lay the groundwork for other things he may be working on here. Does that a lot with tariffs. Is that what he's doing here?
A little bit. I mean, I think this is his way of finding new and creative approaches to go after familiar foes. In the Panama Canal, lawmakers have raised concerns about the outsized influence that Beijing is playing there. The House Select Committee on China heard evidence that it poses a national security risk. And if Trump is trying to say the United States should seize the Panama Canal, essentially that's his way to say, like, I want to kick China out of the canal. It's his way to go after Beijing, sort of using the Panama Canal as a conduit because they do so much of the business and control so much of the traffic within the canal. When it comes to Greenland, I think it's less about necessarily wanting to buy Greenland, although it's a funny thing to say, and more as an indirect way to go after Denmark, which is one of the very few NATO allies that is still not meeting that 2% defense spending target, that has been one of the most familiar scratching posts for Donald Trump, going after allies who are not meeting that share of defense spending. And President Biden and the alliance for the last 4 years went to great lengths to get as many of those countries as possible to either meet that target or lay out a roadmap for a time frame in which they could meet that target. Denmark is still about 5 years away from that. And this is Trump, I think, saying, Denmark, you need to step up to the table here.
Exactly. Look, everything this guy does is a strategy. And she just broke it down even like clearer. She broke it down like Denmark you're not meeting your threshold for the NATO alliance defense whatever budget. Okay, if you're not doing your duty, then it's like, look, we're gonna take over Greenland. You better get on board or you get moved. Okay, it's either you get moved or you pay up. Okay, pay up, or and Trump is so smart that he could possibly get Greenland for free. He could say, you know what, I'll pay up whatever you owe. This guy is so wild. You could say, I'll pay up whatever you owe, Denmark. Give us Greenland. Greenland. Okay, give us Greenland. We're gonna pay up whatever you owe. And that's it. It's called the art of the deal.
It's a fascinating point, particularly because there's an underpinning here of strategic interest in Greenland that I think, and I want to ask you about this because you're one of the few people I think Tom Cotton talks to every once in a while on Capitol Hill of our ilk.
He says no comment.
He says no comment to you, but it's on the record, so I appreciate that. The strategic interest of which Tom Cotton in the first term was somebody who would detail when this first came out is, from a foreign policy piece on Greenland, the three main reasons for the interest. The melting ice will create a new commercially valuable sailing routes from the east. Greenland maintains security importance to the United States as the site of its northernmost military base. And finally, Greenland could become a crucial rare earth mineral source. When you talk to folks on Capitol Hill, are they trying to think through how to make this possible, or are they just kind of batting around a little bit?
I mean, to me, it plays off as a totally political issue, and it's part of a throwback. Trump likes to talk about presidents that expanded the United States' map and made it a bigger country. It's all about American exceptionalism, right? And what could be better than adding more land to the United States? We haven't done that for a really long time. I don't hear people on Capitol Hill talking about this because they're worried about not tripping over their shoelaces in January. I mean, there's going to be so much to take care of with those small majorities. We haven't even gotten into what it's going to take to get his cabinet confirmed to enact the agenda that he's talking about. It's going to take a ton of coordination and synchronization. And so if there's time for them to get to Greenland in the Senate and House, it may be waiting until 2026 because I think 2025 is pretty booked up at this point.
Is it trolling?
I don't think so. Sometimes Trump makes very important points in the most unorthodox ways. There is a big debate about China's influence in Latin America. Greenland is a hugely important strategic issue, especially as the ice melts, and the thought that Russia or China could get a foothold there is strategically very dangerous to the United States and Europe. Why shouldn't Europe spend more money on its defense, 80 years after the end of the Second World War? These are important questions. The problem is, does Trump make it worse? Does his style backfire? Because in Panama, you have a president that's quite sympathetic towards the United States. Could you push him towards China? And to your point about Trump's expansionism, he has this almost neo-colonialist view of international audit for the invasion.
Yeah.
Trump doesn't necessarily see the seizure of land by a big country in the same way as many other Western leaders.
Also, something else he has to deal with in the first 100 days, or the first day, as he pledged during the campaign. All right, stay with me.
President-elect Trump also continuing to push this idea of taking control of the Panama Canal. He's also talking about taking over Greenland, teasing this idea of annexing Canada. That seems more like a joke. But what's the bigger picture?
Seems
here?
like a joke until it's
Why,
done.
in
Yeah,
your
I'll tell you
view,
that
is he
much.
talking about all this?
Yeah, well, in short, it's actually good policy. And we've been pretty formulaic in U.S. foreign policy over the last 30 plus years. But for the majority of our history, things like this were not out of the realm of possibility. In fact, it was just good foreign policy business. Look at how we got the Panama Canal in the first place. And right now, the Panamanians are showing a very bad judgment in terms of allowing Chinese corporations to take over strategic locations along the canal. It's one of the wonders of the world. It is critical to global trade. And if China decides with their finger on that pressure point to put pain on America and its allies, we will suffer tremendously. So trying to get back to the negotiating table of providing security for the Panama Canal is really, really sensible. And obviously Trump's going to put it in his own phraseology, and people are going to jump, and it's, almost exciting in a way to hear how he talks, or horrifying depending on your point of view. But it's good business. And the second is Greenland. Look, people would be shocked to learn that only 56,000 people live in Greenland. Greenland has a strategic location on the Arctic Circle. Russia is really playing a lot of funny games in the Arctic to get more control. That is a strategic place with tons of natural resources, with military capabilities. Our access to the Arctic Circle is really small over Alaska. Greenland, who really doesn't have any military, so to speak, and relies on Denmark in a little way. It's really wise for our allies and ourselves to have the protection of the United States on a broader swath of the Arctic Circle. It makes a lot of sense. And as Teddy Roosevelt once said when dealing with the Panama Canal the first time, while Congress deliberates, the canal gets built. So I think that's sort of where we're at right now. There'll be a lot of chatter, but it's a good negotiating starting point.
All right, Julie, do you agree with TW that it makes a lot of sense?
I didn't think we were going to be bringing up the Roosevelt corollary to the Monroe Doctrine today, but what the hell? Listen, you said there's 56,000 people.
We got to talk about it.
It's Christmas Eve. Why not go down memory lane as to what was happening over 100 years ago? But look, at the end of the day, we have 56,000 people, as you point out, who live in Greenland who just don't want to be part of the United States.
They never told you that.
The same way the Ukraine.
They didn't tell you that, though. No. Nobody told you. Look, people in Greenland never told you they did not want to be or they don't want to be a part of the United States. Okay? They didn't come tell you. Who knows? Maybe they want to be a part of the United States. I'll tell you that much. Because Denmark ain't it.
Ukrainians miraculously don't want to be part of Russia. I mean, there are people who don't want to join other countries, no matter how much those countries want to annex them. And yes, you're right. The Russians have access to the Arctic. That's because their country borders the Arctic. We don't, for the most part, because our country doesn't, for the most part. And so we can't force somebody to annex themselves to us just because we want more access. The way to do it is to work with the Danes, our allies, cooperatively for mineral rights, for access to the Arctic, for national security. But it's not by saying that we're somehow going to just grab Greenland and just annex it any more than we're going to annex the Panama Canal, which you may disagree or agree with, Jimmy Carter, and relinquishing back to the Panamanians. But nevertheless, here we are. The Panamanians own it, and we can't get it back short of what? A military strike? I don't know what the proposal here is. So, look, there's a way to do this diplomatically, and there's a way to have access to both the canal and to Greenland without suggesting, as Donald Trump is, that we are going to
name your suggestion. This is what I don't understand about people. Oh, there's a way to get it done. Example. No, you have zero example. You just say, oh, there's a way. There is a way. Okay, there's a way. These are the people that said Biden was like fit to be the president of the United States for a second term. She said it. Look at her right there. She said it. Okay. There's a way to do things. How? Give us an example. You do not know. Okay. You just think everything is, you just have his peace. Okay. There is a way to end the war. How? Send more money to Ukraine to defend themselves. Like, there is a way. What way, though? Yeah, this right here, the OG saying that Greenland, come join the big dogs. You come join the big dogs and we can protect you, because Greenland definitely needs military protection. Okay, this is just the facts. Okay, so if at the end of the day, the United States is going to be protecting Greenland because what? They are our allies. Why can't they just join the United States? Same thing with Canada. Matter of fact, if everything Trump is saying works out, Canada joins the United States, Greenland joins the United States, Panama Canal becomes the United States property once again, bro, we would be living in gold. You know that, right? We gonna be balling.
Just go and grab it. And that's the difference between a president that knows how to do diplomacy, especially engage in diplomacy with our allies, and a president who just wants to stomp all over our own allies to get to.
Did she just say diplomacy? Nah, that's cap. Because if Joe Biden, that you recommended people to vote for, actually knows anything about diplomacy, he would have met with Putin. But he said, I don't talk to dictators, okay? But if you guys remember, Trump went to see Kim Jong-un, which everybody thinks that guy was what? A dictator, a killer, or whatever. Trump went to shake hands with him. This is what legends do, okay? But she's going to open her mouth and say, hey, we don't have a leader who is a diplomat. So Biden is a diplomat? I doubt that.
A point that he's never going to get to, because short of us sending the United States military to nationalize the Panama Canal again or to annex Greenland by force. I don't know what his plan here is with the way he's conducting himself.
Well, either way, I feel like we're going to be having a lot of very interesting conversations in 2025 with this new administration. Julie, TW, thank you both so much for your time. Have a very Merry Christmas Eve and holiday.
Thank you for tuning into the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy Genesis. With that being said, have you guys heard about the plane crash that happened in South Korea? 2 plane crash in just 4 days? One happened in Abidjan and South Korea.
We begin with breaking news. A fiery plane crashed in South Korea, killing 179 people, leaving just 2 survivors. Witness video shows the moment the Jeju Airjet skidded across the runway earlier today, unable to stop itself. It exploded at the end of the runway, killing nearly everyone on board. Witnesses describing the chaotic moments.
I think it was about 9 or 8:50 a.m. I heard a bang. At first I thought it was an oil tanker accident, as we can see a lot of oil tankers nearby. Then I felt different, so I went outside and I saw a big dark smoke. Then I could hear a big explosion sound, not the one from the crash itself. Then I heard more explosion, at least 7 times.
Now, before the crash, a passenger sent this text message to a friend. "Wait a minute, we can't land because a bird or birds caught in our wing." "Since when?" the friend says. "Just now." "Should I leave my last words?" the passenger responds. Meantime, the 2 survivors, both crew members, are now in the hospital, and officials there are saying that one is now conscious and speaking with officials. The National Transportation Safety Board now saying that it is sending its leading team of investigators to assist in the case. CNN's Mike Valerio has more from Seoul.
The cataclysmic scene stunning South Korea. A Jeju Air Boeing 737-800 with 181 people aboard. The plane's landing gear, local officials saying, likely failed. The aircraft's belly scraping the pavement, coming down close to the end of the runway before crashing into an embankment and exploding. A breathtaking plume of smoke seen for hours. In its wake, hundreds of mourners, families of the dead, crowding into the arrivals hall at South Korea's Muan International Airport. The man in the white helmet tasked with naming those who would never come home. Their bodies identified.
I just saw in the chat, somebody said, "We are done with Democrats' advice." Somebody in the chat just said, "You know what? We are done with Democrats' advice." Is that what you guys think in the chat? Let me know in the chat. Shout out to the main man, the Chicago legend, Ellie. He's going to hear this and be like, "I'm a Chicago legend." Yes, my bro. You are a Chicago legend. Ellie, shout out to you, Ellie. Ellie says, "I think the sound quality is good." What's up to the live show and everybody here? The Mr. Booski. Shout out to the Mr. Booski and everybody else watching. We now have memberships, okay? The membership for the YouTube channel is $4.99. So show some love, support your brother, and be a part of the live stream, okay? Join the membership. It's only $4.99. And we're also streaming on vertical and horizontal. And now we started streaming on Twitch. So thank you guys for tuning in. Anyway, back to business. Okay, 179 killed. This year, 2024, has been one hell of a year. Okay, I'm not even going to cap. Some people say if they pay them some money to leave 2024 again, to redo 2024, they're never going to do it again. What about you? What do you think? Are you going to redo 2024 again, even if you're being paid to leave 2024 again? Let me know, man.
And unspoken farewells, too much for families to bear. "I'm going crazy," a man shouts, shattered by the calamity. According to South Korean officials, on Sunday, 8:57 a.m. local time, the flight arriving from Bangkok, Thailand, was contacted by the Muan Airport control tower, an air traffic controller warning of birds near the runway and a danger of potential bird strikes. 2 minutes later, at 8:59 a.m., the pilot makes a mayday call, and at 9:03 a.m., the plane crashes.
One thing that's very perplexing is the reports that are coming in that the aircraft landed without the undercarriage deployed. Now, whether or not it's a little bit unclear whether or not the undercarriage collapsed on landing or whether the undercarriage was not deployed at all.
2 crew members miraculously survived. They were both sitting in the back of the 737-800 near the tail of the aircraft. Authorities hope the survivors can shed light on what happened. The voice in-flight data recorder also recovered.
Now, for a country that has been through so much with martial law declared earlier this month, this catastrophe has certainly cast a new pall over South Korea, adding to the urgency to find out just how this could have happened. Mike Valerio, CNN, Seoul.
And just how this could have happened is certainly the question, and a lot to discuss. Let me bring in now my colleague, CNN's Richard Quest. Richard, good to have you. You have obviously covered your fair share of plane crashes over the years. I'm curious what your first questions are. Obviously, early days in terms of the investigation, but what are your first questions about what may have happened here?
This is one of the most perplexing accidents, and if you read the various fora and from experts, everyone is puzzled because we don't know. We sort of have got a general idea of the sequence of events from that press conference. So we know that the plane attempted to land, went past, called the Mayday, then came back. But what we don't know is where the bird strike happened, how badly it hit the aircraft, clearly catastrophically, because it was unable to deploy the various things like landing gear, flaps, thrust deploys, thrust reversers and the like. And so we don't know the exact sequence and the consequence of the various actions that took place. Why is that significant? Because if you look at the video of the plane and when it finally does come into land, number one, the landing gear has not been deployed. It's not sheared off. The doors aren't open. It's not there. Secondly, it's believed the flaps haven't been deployed. The thrust reversers haven't been deployed. It looks like the plane is landing way too fast, even in those circumstances. And it touches down on the runway very far and very late into the runway. Therefore, we can say that whatever the pilots were grappling with was in extremis. They were dealing with the most serious aspects of loss of control that barely, and here did this video, but there you go. Now that video is believed to be showing the moment of bird strike. If you look at that, the plane is at a height sufficient enough where the wheels aren't down yet, so they haven't deployed the gear. Were they unable to do so? Were they basically sidetracked? Were they obsessed with what they were dealing with? We just don't know at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, to that point, Richard, as you mentioned the landing gear, we've heard a few sort of possible causes sort of floated. One, that there was a landing gear malfunction. Yeah. 2, that it was the bird strike. 3, that bad weather may have played a part. From your perspective, what's the likelihood that perhaps it was all 3 or a combination of the 3?
No, there doesn't look like there's any bad weather there. So I wouldn't put necessarily bad weather. It's clear blue skies, as you can see. The bird strike could certainly have so affected the performance of the engines that it had degraded the hydraulic capability of the 737. But this aircraft, you can also lower the landing gear by gravity. There's a lever you pull up and the thing falls down. That hadn't happened. Now, this is entirely possible because the pilots are overwhelmed in the moment. The pilots are dealing with just trying to keep this thing in the air, seeing the runway. Remember, they'd been vectored, so they were heading towards the runway. They can see the runway. Their goal is just to get the plane on the ground as best they can. And we just don't know what... Yeah. Well, now we will find out because, look, this is, by the way, this is an old one. I just brought this in to give you an idea of the sort of thing that we talk about when we talk about the black boxes. This is what we're talking about. This is actually quite an old one. But it gives you an idea of the sort of thing. There are 2 of them on board the aircraft. There's the cockpit voice recorder and the cockpit data recorder. Now, both of those have been recovered. South Korea is an extremely sophisticated and advanced country and will be able to read them, along maybe with help from others, but it will certainly be able to do it. And that will tell us what happened on the plane, what flight instruments were degraded to the point of being abandoned, what the pilots were saying to each other, and we will find out exactly what happened in this crash.
Yeah, and then in addition to the black boxes, Richard, we know that 2 people miraculously survived this, and they were crew members. So their understanding of what would have been happening, perhaps more sophisticated than just a passenger. How helpful will that be?
It will be helpful because they will be able to, they will have known what area of flight the plane was in. They will have known what the captain may have said in the cabin. They will be able to give an idea of just how it felt. Look, I mean, it's awful to be discussing this, Rahel, but that message that was sent from one passenger to the ground. Now, obviously, an announcement had been made that there had been a bird strike, that the plane was now seriously degraded in its control capabilities. And then you take that and you add on to it what the flight data will tell us. I can tell you that the circumstances and the sequence of events here and the complexity of those events is way up there. This is one of those that we'll find.
You guys don't forget that this is the second plane crash in about 4 days, okay? Second plane crash in 2 days. And most people are saying that both of those plane crashes were probably caused by Vladimir Putin. This is what people are saying, okay? Look, I'm just the messenger, okay? This is what people are saying. And I mean, it is sad. There was one plane crash on Christmas Day, and now another one in South Korea early this morning.
Find out what happened, and my guess is that it's going to be the pilots did a bloody good.
Actually, the one on Christmas Day was Boeing, okay? Somebody said they're now Boeing planes. The one that crashed on Christmas Day was actually Boeing. Now, we don't know if this is Boeing, though.
Job in very difficult circumstances.
Yeah, complicated indeed. And to that end, Richard Quest, we appreciate your expertise as we try to.
Thank you for tuning in to the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy Genesis. Yes, sir. Welcome back to the live show. A lot is going on. Everybody knows Jimmy Carter passed away today in Plains, Georgia. If you're just tuning in, Jimmy Carter, the former president of the United States, has passed away.
We have some breaking news just into CNN. CNN has just confirmed that Jimmy Carter, the 39th president of the United States, has died at the age of 100. CNN's Wolf Blitzer has a look back now at President Carter's extraordinary life and career.
We just want the truth again.
Jimmy Carter was elected president barely 2 years after the law-breaking and cover-ups of the Watergate scandal forced President Richard Nixon to resign. His candor seemed like a breath of fresh air.
There's a fear that our best years are behind us. But I say to you that our nation's best is still ahead.
James Earl Carter was born on October 1st, 1924. His father ran an agricultural supply store in Plains, Georgia. His mother was a nurse. He was smart enough and tough enough to receive an appointment to the U.S. Naval Academy. Just after graduation in 1946, he married Rosalind Smith. His naval career took him from battleships to the new nuclear submarine program, but when his father died in 1953, he left the military and returned to Georgia, where he spent the next 2 decades running the family peanut farm business and slowly and steadily beginning a political career that saw him elected governor of Georgia in 1970.
To use an old 1950s term, if there ever was a classic example of an inner-directed man, you know, Jimmy Carter's it.
His close friend and associate was Press Secretary Jody Powell, who died in 2009.
He enjoyed people, and he enjoyed talking to people. I think he enjoyed those early days of campaigns when there was much more personal interaction with the voters than he did the latter stages when it was a series of set-piece speeches and large crowds.
My name is Jimmy Carter, and I'm running for president.
In 1976, the former Georgia governor went from being Jimmy Who to the White House. Not everyone in Washington was happy to see him.
Washington, even more than New York, is the snobbiest city in America. And Carter and the Georgians were treated like dirt, condescendingly, and with hostility. If he had a fault, it was that he matched Washington's hostility with his own.
Early on, Carter was accused of presidential micromanaging, of excessive attention to detail.
At his best, Jimmy Carter mastered a subject and then led, sometimes very effectively, because of his mastery of its details.
That mastery of details enabled Carter to negotiate the Camp David peace accords, a deal between Egypt and Israel that led to a peace treaty ending decades of war between their countries. His most difficult presidential days came after Iranian militants took dozens of Americans hostage in Tehran in late 1979. They were held for 444 days, and 8 U.S. servicemen died after President Carter ordered an elaborate rescue attempt that failed. The Iran hostage crisis was only one of the challenges that confronted President Carter.
We must face the fact that the energy shortage is permanent.
During Carter's term, Americans endured a sharp, steady increase in oil and gasoline prices, which forced everything to cost more. To some, Carter's stark comments began to sound like moralizing.
The erosion of our confidence in the future is threatening to destroy the social and the political fabric of America.
In 1980, Carter faced Republican challenger Ronald Reagan, who exuded sunny optimism and asked voters a simple question.
Are you better off than you were 4 years ago?
Jimmy Carter lost the election, but not his resolve to make a difference.
Of course, he lusted the legendary Reagan. Okay. Now, Trump has always said that Jimmy Carter is maybe, he always says one of the worst, or maybe the worst president the United States has ever had. But I don't know what you guys think, though. But may he so rest in perfect peace. He lived a very long life. He was 100 years old. It's so hard and rare to find a 100 years old person that you say, just passed away. Most times they do not get to 100 years old. Shout out to Jimmy Carter and shout out to his family, the Carter family. May his soul rest in perfect peace. And also, are we going to say thank you for your service, former President Jimmy Carter? Because it's not an easy job to be a president of the United States, the greatest country in the world. But with that being said, let's keep going.
He and Rosalind founded the Carter Center in part to promote peace, democracy, human rights, as well as economic and social development all over the world. Carter monitored elections for fairness. He went to North Korea and Cuba and met with leaders usually shunned by the U.S., including representatives of Hamas, the Palestinian organization both the U.S. and Israel have branded as terrorists.
This is a man who has a really unique commitment to public service. It really is a calling with him.
In autumn of 2002, Carter was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize, the culmination of an incredible career as a world leader and as a citizen.
I'm delighted and humbled and very grateful.
Think about it, guys. Jimmy Carter. Now, of course, he just passed away, so this is not any shade or some sort of shade to him. Nope. This is just saying facts, okay? Jimmy Carter was given the Nobel Peace Prize. And Trump was not given nothing. Come on. I know people don't like Trump and they think he's a billionaire. Well, he is a billionaire. It's like, oh, well, people hate rich people. I get it. But come on. After making sure that the Abrams Accord was signed, he still did not get the Nobel Peace Prize. He wasn't awarded the Nobel Peace Prize. And Obama got the Nobel Peace Prize. Jimmy Carter got the Nobel Peace Prize, except Trump. Yeah, we're going to have to do something about the Nobel Peace Prize. Matter of fact, at this point, the people have decided that Trump is one of the greatest president of our generation, if not ever. But I don't think he wants the Nobel Peace Prize anymore. Because at this point, it's just not fair at all.
That the Nobel Peace Prize Committee has given me this recognition.
He still wasn't done. Carter remained active into his 90s, traveling, writing books, building Habitat for Humanity homes, and to the discomfort of his successors, speaking out on the issues of the day. He criticized Bill Clinton's affair with Monica Lewinsky, called George W. Bush's international policy, quote, the worst in history.
But from your definition, you believe the United States under this administration has used torture.
I don't think it. I know it, certainly.
He also took on President Donald Trump.
Does America want kind of a jerk as president?
Apparently, from his recent elections, yeah. I never knew it before.
Carter survived a cancer scare in 2015 and kept going.
Didn't find any cancer at all. So
when he attended George H.W. Bush's funeral in late 2018, he was the oldest of America's living presidents. He celebrated his own 100th birthday in 2024. His beloved wife, Rosalind, passed away in 2023. She'd been his steadfast partner through 77 years of marriage. Carter's diminished health prevented him from speaking at her memorial service, so their daughter Amy read a letter he wrote to Rosalind while deployed with the Navy 75 years earlier.
My darling, every time I have ever been away from you, I have been thrilled when I returned to discover just how wonderful you are. While I am away, I try to convince myself that you really are not, could not be, as sweet and beautiful as I remember. But when I see you, I fall in love with you all over again. Does that seem strange to you? It doesn't to me.
Husband, statesman, a connection to an era now gone, Jimmy Carter was a defender of values forever current.
Those who hunger for freedom, who thirst for human dignity, and who suffer for the sake of justice, they are the patriots of this cause. I believe with all my heart that America must always stand for these basic human rights at home and abroad. That is both our history and our destiny.
And I want to now bring in Wolf Blitzer, who just reported on that obit. Wolf, good to have you. It was incredible to watch the piece. He had such an extraordinary, rich life, so many roles. And
a lot of people could say a lot about James Earl Carter Jr., but the fact is, he was born October 1st, 1924, Plains, Georgia. He died on December 29th, today, 2024, age 100 years old, Plains, Georgia. So he was born and died in Plains, Georgia. He was the president from January 20th, 1977 to January 20th, 1981. Democratic Party for sure. And he was the 39th president of the United States. And he definitely 100% lived a long life, okay? 100 years old. If I could get to 100 years old, yeah, Lord.
Experiences having lived past 100. How do you think he'll be remembered, Wolf?
I think he'll be remembered as an important president, especially because of what he did in organizing what was called the Camp David Accords back in 1978, that he brought the Israeli leaders and the Egyptian leaders, Egypt, the largest Arab country, militarily the biggest potential threat at that time to Israel. He brought Anwar Sadat, Menachem Begin, to Camp David, and he organized the Israeli-Egyptian peace treaty and set the stage, potentially, unfortunately never happened, for an Israeli-Palestinian agreement as well. But then there was a formal peace treaty signing at the White House, on the north lawn of the White House. And it was just an exciting moment, and he deserved an enormous amount and got an enormous amount of credit for bringing peace between Israel and Egypt. And interestingly, and it's important, all these many, many years later, there still is a peace treaty between Israel and Egypt. There's diplomatic relations, an Israeli embassy in Cairo, an Egyptian embassy in Tel Aviv. And Jimmy Carter deserves so much credit for that agreement, so we shouldn't forget it. But he also did other important things. in terms of the 4 years that he was president of the United States. And I think it's also true, Rahel, that he also was an amazing former president. All these years where he was an ex-president, he really worked hard with the Carter Center to promote peace and good issues around the world. And he really devoted his life to making the world a better place. So he deserves an enormous amount of credit for that.
And Wolf, to that end, I mean, say more about how much of Jimmy Carter's professional career really happened after he left office, whether it was his work with the Carter Center or his humanitarian efforts around the world. I mean, we saw a lot of his impact even after he was out of office.
Yeah, he really worked hard. And I was fortunate enough to cover him on several occasions when he was traveling. When he was in Georgia a couple of years ago, I went down, spent some quality time with him in Plains, Georgia, went to his church with him, went to his home. We did a lengthy interview. And it was just, for me, always very, very important to get to know him, to follow him, to report on his life, both as president and as a former president. He's just was a very, very special man. And I got to know the whole family, too. And it was a special family as well.
Yeah, and to that end, Wolf, I mean, his relationship with his wife, who passed.
I mean, how was he so active? This is Jimmy Carter, probably in his 90s, doing this type of work. He definitely was very healthy and fit. I need his diet, okay? I need to get on his diet. Whatever he was eating, we need a diet, okay? We need to make sure we stay as long as we can in this world and, cause some positive changes in this world. But this is what everybody should aspire to do: live a long life, be of a good cheer. I mean, you could have your own reservation about Jimmy Carter or whatever. He wasn't a good president or he was the best or whatever. But living to 100 years old and being this active, this is definitely OG status.
In 2023, Rosalind was also a huge part of his legacy.
Yes, and they were so close. They had this incredible marriage. They worked closely together on so many issues. And they were so devoted to not only their family and their friends, but to the state of Georgia, indeed to our entire country.
Have you guys heard about the potential new situation that may be going on?
Concerning new CDC report on the first.
Look, I don't even want to play this because, YouTube. But this right here is like, they're saying just in turn, look, just in turn for Trump's new second term, they already have a new update. So, like, we may be going back to 2020, y'all. Okay? We may be going back to 2020, y'all. This is just facts. Oh, Lord. You can never make this up. Trump isn't even in power yet. Like, Trump isn't even here yet. Everybody's already trying to make sure that, look, back to 2020. Look, they want to take us back to 2020. Nah, that ain't gonna work. Nah. We ain't having that. Hell no. Look at that. Hell no. Hey, Look at that. So I'm not even gonna pronounce this word because YouTube is a little sensitive when it comes to stuff like this. But take a look at this. Really? So we're going back to 2020? Hell no. They want to keep you at home. They want you to stay home just like 2020. This ain't gonna work. This definitely ain't gonna work. Anyway, that is definitely not going to work. I can promise you that. Everybody's smarter now, wiser now. Nobody wants to hear that BS anymore. Okay? It's over. 2020 ain't gonna come back. All right, here we go. Let's get more information. What's going on in the United States? Anyway, but Gavin Newsom says that issue, the bird FLU issue, it may be a big deal in California, and they may start, closing stuff up. But Trump is definitely not going to have that.
Can you talk to us a bit about President Trump's plans on the first few days? On day one, for example, how many executive orders is he planning?
Well, President Trump isn't even back in the Oval Office yet, and we're already seeing the Trump effect. Small business optimism. So President Trump is already acting as the president. He's already taking steps to make real change for the American people. But as for executive action on day one, yes, he will use the power of his pen to deliver on many of the promises he made to the American people on the campaign trail to secure the southern border, to fast track permits for fracking, for drilling, and to also take executive action to stop some of the transgender insanity that we have seen take over this country. I think the American people are going to be pleased with what they see from President Trump within mere minutes of his return to the Oval Office.
President-elect Trump's incoming White House press secretary, Caroline Leavitt, talking to Maria last week. Let's bring in Trump's incoming White House counselor, Alina Habba. Alina, thank you so much for joining us. Do appreciate it. Look, there are a lot of things that have to happen before now and January 20th. I get that. But assuming everything goes smoothly, and it should, then on January 20th, the president's going to do a lot of things. But how is the president going to fight back against the efforts by the Biden administration to Trump-proof the workforce and all these other things? He's out there selling the border wall. What are the things that Trump's up against, and what is...
Yes, y'all. Welcome back to the live stream. It is your boy, Genesis. Check this out. I just saw in the chat, somebody said he used to teach twice a week at 90 years old. I mean, we could say, a lot of people could say, you know what, I don't really care about Jimmy Carter or whatever. But at 90 years old, he was teaching at 90 years old twice a week. Whatever he was on, whatever food he was eating, diet or whatever exercise he was doing was just amazing. And of course, everybody knows, you could do exercises, you could eat right, and, you could still not live a long life. But I think old age, the gift of old age is just by the grace of the highest power, God. And he lived a long life. And shout out to Vegas. Vegas say, is it wrong if I say I don't care about the death of Jimmy Carter? I mean, if that's how you feel, it really doesn't matter, because at the end of the day, he lived a very long life. It was the 39th president of the United States, Jimmy Carter. But he was 100 years old when he died. How many people do you know that actually lived to 100 years old and was a former president of the United States? It's like zero. But shout out to Jimmy Carter and his family, and may his soul rest in perfect peace. And I hope they take his death as some sort of great passing to the great beyond, because he lived a long life and he definitely achieved a lot. But let's see what's going on recently today with the Trump second term team.
What is he going to do to fight back against it?
Well, I think we're seeing the fight already begin, Jason. If you look at what we've done, we've had just recently an amicus brief filed against what he's doing with TikTok, because President Trump believes he can solve it in a way that will help and benefit Americans and keep TikTok regulated so that we can maintain it. We've seen, again, the border wall, like you said, him selling off the border wall. We had to step in, and thank God the courts did, and prevent them from doing that. We have red states that are stepping up and putting American first policies, Trump policies, ahead of us getting in and protecting the incoming administration. It's just not even fathomable to me that President Biden would want to be so destructive in his last few days. But unfortunately, that is what this administration has been doing. So we shouldn't be surprised. But we have been actively working to prevent that from happening. And we have people, on the Hill working on that. And we're ready for action. Like Caroline said, day one, we're going to be taking serious action immediately, executive orders, in order to make sure that we correct, frankly, what they've destructed and get America back on track immediately.
Now, two of the things the president has to deal with is a workforce that has not been coming into the office. And the second thing is the debt ceiling. What can the president do right away to deal with those two big issues?
Listen, first of all, we have to clean up a lot of the mess, and that includes some of the DEI hires, some of the ridiculous decisions that were made, and putting people in that maybe didn't have the merit to be in the administration and in those positions. With having people like Kash Patel, having people like Pam Bondi, Pete Hegseth, they're going to be dealing with their departments and making sure we have the correct people in there. When you turn into debt, first of all, we've got a president that just spent, what was it, $50 billion on the Amazon. He's sending money out like it's growing on trees in the back, in the south lawn of the White House. And we have got to look at tariffs. We've got to look at some of the things that President Trump is going to do to make sure that America is not second, third, fourth, but we're first, because people want to trade with this country, but it has to be fair. And President Trump is a strong voice, a strong president who will demand respect and get our country back on track. And we can't be just handing out bailouts to every country that wants anything. The Amazon wants a big check. Okay, let's do it right before we get out of office. You know, that was the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen. But Jason, we have a president who's been on vacation for 40% of his presidency. 40%. So I don't even think he's checked in, but he has no problem spending American money, and it's got to stop. The hemorrhaging has to stop. American people are suffering. We need tax reforms. We need a lot of things that have to be done very quickly so that they can effectuate some change when President Trump is in there and help the American people.
Yeah, it's amazing to me that President Biden was on vacation before he went on another vacation. Then he went to St. Croix, and then he's going to get back and he's going to go fly off to Italy like he's going to do some big foreign policy effort in Italy, and all at the taxpayers' expense, of course. All right, but I want to get down to the nitty gritty here. There are hundreds of billions of dollars that are trying to be spent by the Biden administration in literally the next 20 days. So what can the president do to fight back against that? Because that money, I mean, we're up against the debt ceiling, but there's hundreds of billions of dollars appropriated, but not yet spent.
Yeah, and if you look at some of the bills that they're trying to pass, and Vivek did a great job of pointing this out, and Elon, some of those bills, they're giving massive bills which have hidden income to people, raising people's salaries, things like that. They are trying to slip it through the cracks. But our team, and when I say our team, I mean the Republican Party. I mean certain people on the Democrat Party that are not agreeing with what they're doing, that are seeing through it, that know that the incoming administration is going to fix it, reverse it, and call it out, are currently out there looking at these bills, going to the American people, going on the Hill and saying, you're not going to pass this bill this way. You're not going to slip in money that shouldn't be spent. But there's only so much, unfortunately, we can do until we're there. But I will say that I think that we're seeing real unity in Washington recently. And also fear, probably because of Doge, because of his administration, the people he's put in, and the fact that they know that you're going to be held accountable if you're going to be messing around with American people's money. And and I think we've seen that. I think we've seen that just in look at the amount of people, Jason, that have come to speak to President Trump at the Winter White House here in Mar-a-Lago. They are worried, and they know they're going to be held accountable. And I think that is something we knew would happen the minute he got elected, because he is a strong leader and a strong voice, and he's America first. So if you've been messing around and taking money from our government, which is taxpayer dollars, you're not going to be able to do it anymore. There's going to be a block, and there's going to be checks and balances.
It is amazing how much President Trump has been able to do just since the election. He's not even sworn in yet. And yet the world is, look, I think our enemies fear us, and I think our allies, they respect us now. And that's a huge sea change from where we've been. And
that's the main thing. Like, this guy is not even the current president of the United States. He is, however, the 47th president-elect, and everybody is already trying to get a dinner date. Okay, they're trying to get a dinner date with the 47th president-elect knowing fully well that we also have the 46th, who is the current president of the United States. Nobody talks to him anymore. Nobody talks to Biden anymore because it's like what? Falling off stage, falling off bikes, falling off stairs, falling off the airplane and BS. So nobody's talking to a man like that, okay? Everybody wants to talk to a man that got almost assassinated and then he gets up, jumps up and says, fight, fight, fight. That's the person everybody wants to talk to, okay? That's who people want to talk to. Nobody wants to talk to a man falling upstairs. I'm sorry, okay? I know he's like 83 years old or 84, whatever Biden is. I'm not age shaming Biden, but I'm just letting you know that everybody wants to talk to a strong figure, okay? Everybody wants to talk to someone who seem like they command respect. And that's why people are flying to Mar-a-Lago, Justin Trudeau, Mark Zuckerberg, Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk. Everybody's flying to Mar-a-Lago. Israel's president. Everybody. Okay, it is what it is. It's just legendary status. OG.
We begin with the 119th Congress, which opens on Friday. Up first, voting for a House Speaker. Mike Johnson needs at least 218 members to vote for him when Congress starts. It will be 219 Republicans to 215 Democrats. As Fox News senior congressional correspondent Chad Pergram points out, quote, the House absolutely, unequivocally cannot do anything until it elects a speaker, period. This also means that the House cannot certify the results of the Electoral College, making Trump the 47th president of the United States on January 6th. What happens if the Electoral College isn't sorted out by January 20th? Well, President Biden is done. So he's gone. The same with Harris. Next in the presidential line of succession is the Speaker of the House. Well, there's no speaker. So who becomes the president? If the House is still frittering away time trying to elect a speaker on January 20, President pro tem of the Senate, Chuck Grassley, likely becomes president, acting president. I write likely because this gets into some serious extra constitutional turf. These are unprecedented scenarios, strange lands never visited in the American political experience, end quote. Let's bring in House Oversight Chairman James Comer. Congressman, boy, it all starts on Friday.
A lot of people are saying they love Mike Johnson. I think Mike Johnson is a cool person, a skillful communicator, is articulate. However, some people are here saying Mike Johnson needs to go. Why do you think Mike Johnson needs to go? Can you back up your claims of you think Mike Johnson needs to go, or your statement of Mike Johnson needs to go? I think he's like one of the best speaker that the GOP party has had. Okay, but let me know what you think though, because it's like everybody has their own opinion. Let me know why you think Mike Johnson should go.
It's hard to believe it's upon us, but the biggest question is, can the Republicans stay united? Will they vote for Mike Johnson for Speaker on the first ballot, or will this continue on for days and who knows how long?
Now, somebody says Vivek, 1,000%. Look, if Vivek would be a replacement for Mike Johnson, then okay, I rest my case. But if it's some sort of generic GOP person that has been there for ages, then no. But if it's Vivek Ramaswamy, oh, for sure.
Well, I sure hope we can do it on the first ballot. As you know, Jason, the process is the House Republicans, or whoever the majority is, if the Democrats had won the majority, they'd have done.
Somebody else says Byron Donalds. Byron Donalds for sure. He's strong. Yeah, Byron Donalds for sure is strong. Mike Johnson is just very articulate. He's skillful with his communication. So, I mean, Byron Donalds for sure. Vivek for sure. Yeah, I mean, those two, I could not say no to those two. Like Byron and Vivek, come on. Those two are like double trouble.
same thing. We meet in December. We nominate people to run for leadership, including the Speaker of the House. Whoever wins, then everyone agrees, all right, we're going to all support our Speaker nominee on the floor. No one ran against Mike Johnson. To this day, here we are inside a week of the Speaker's vote, there is still not a single declared candidate. But as you know, we have 5 Republicans that won't commit to voting for Mike Johnson. They can only lose 1 or 2 votes. So I sure hope we don't repeat this, and I'm strongly encouraging my colleagues to go ahead and elect Mike Johnson, and let's get started on passing President Trump's agenda.
Well, Andy Harris, who is the chairman of the House Freedom Caucus, he is not necessarily fully committed. What about those 5 people? I mean, this is going to be the challenge, Congressman. Every single time a vote comes up, can the Republicans stay united? Because 2 people go the different direction, you can't get from here to there.
It's a terrible challenge. We've seen it play out over the past 2 years. It was very difficult for Kevin McCarthy. It's been very difficult for Mike Johnson. It would be very difficult for whomever would be elected Speaker of our conference. But at the end of the day, the difference between the 119th Congress and the 118th Congress is we'll have a Republican president, a strong Republican president who's very popular with Republican congressmen's constituents back home, and that's Donald Trump. I strongly encourage Donald Trump to get on the phone with those 5 or 6 members who won't commit to voting for Mike Johnson, because all this is going to do is delay us. It's going to delay the certification of President Trump's election. It's going to delay the start of his first 100 days in office, which is the most important time frame of his whole presidency. That's when you get the most done historically. So I strongly encourage President Trump to get on the phone and try to get everyone united so we can work together as a team and make America great again.
For sure.
Well, Congressman, I should say Chairman, I used to chair that committee. You chair it now. You have jurisdiction over the federal workforce. Now, there have been a lot of allegations that the Biden administration is trying to Trump-proof, if you will, this administration by, striking deals so that federal workers don't have to come back to work. They can telework and do things like that. What are you going to do? What are you seeing? What are you worried about with the federal workforce and their ability to come in and do the job that the American taxpayers are paying for?
Well, you're exactly right. And I've said this many times publicly. Joe Biden's trying to burn it down on the way out. With respect to the federal workforce, every hardworking, tax-paying American who works in the private sector is appalled that such a high percentage of the federal workers aren't showing up for work. They're working from home. We have a bill that we passed out of the House last Congress. Of course, the Democrat Senate wouldn't take it up. We'll pass it out again this Congress, hopefully in the first 2 weeks of this Congress, called the Show Up Act, that will require the federal workers to go back to work. And I strongly support DOGE, my committee, the House Oversight Committee, your old committee, Jason. We're going to work closely with Elon Musk and Ramaswamy, and we're going to try to make the federal government more efficient. I think we have too many federal employees. There are too many duplicative services being performed by too many federal employees. There are too many federal employees who aren't showing up for work. Their productivity has gone down even below what the low standards of government employees' productivity is to begin with. And it's gonna start by bringing them back to work, trying to figure out what they do, and just trying to get the backs of the taxpayers and make government more efficient.
It is stunning how many people are still living under the COVID rules and supposedly teleworking from afar, leaving these federal buildings so empty and so unused, and the lack of collaboration that happens along the way. Now, obviously, one of the things the Oversight Committee has is jurisdiction on so many of these scandals that are going on. As you look down the agenda here, and I should mention, you've got a new book coming out, and I'm excited about this. All the President's Money comes out, where you're going to go back and look at what Joe Biden and Hunter Biden and that flow of money that was coming through. That is one thing that you'll probably continue to follow through on. But what are some of the other key investigations that the Oversight Committee is prioritizing going into the 119th Congress?
From an investigation standpoint, we need to hold people accountable. And you look at, with respect to what's come out this week, with the pictures that the National Archives never would release that show that Joe Biden lied. He did, in fact, introduce his son to all these Chinese people. Joe Biden did, in fact, meet with all these Chinese people that were wiring his family millions of dollars for mysterious reasons. And we knew it, and I think the American people with common sense knew it. But what's most troubling, Jason, is how many people in the federal government knew that Joe Biden was lying when he said he didn't know why his family was getting all that money, when he said he never met with any of these people. The CIA knew, the IRS knew, the FBI knew. They need to be held accountable. The National Archives, not only have they sat on those pictures and they were only released because of a lawsuit, they also never have released the pseudonym emails. This agency will be brought in front of the House Oversight Committee, and they're going to have to explain themselves as to why they obstructed our investigation. I want to work with Kash Patel. I want to work with all the new Trump cabinet secretaries where we can hold the deep state actors accountable, because the American people have lost confidence in the government. And I think what role oversight will play in this new administration is trying to drain the swamp, and that's going to begin by getting these federal bureaucrats who have abused their power. They're unelected. They've not been held accountable. No one's overseen them. There are no checks and balances, and bring them in and try to get them, at the very least, terminated, and try to get reforms in place to where this can never happen again, and the American people can begin to have confidence in their government agencies again.
Yeah, most people, I think, don't realize that, or at least the allegation is that Joe Biden was using a pseudonym, as you talked about, a fake name, to be able to communicate, which violates and bypasses the Federal Records Act. And it'll be interesting to see who and how that was all communicated with. And when you don't show up at the White House and you work out of your residence at home, again, you get to bypass a lot of traditional things that are embedded in the law. But you talk generally about waste and fraud and abuse, and look, you do yeoman's work in highlighting this, but give us some highlights, give us an idea of where those priorities are, because, you know, it's laudatory to be able to talk about, oh, hey, we're going to get rid of waste, fraud, and abuse, but what specifically can you get at?
Well, one of the big areas of waste and abuse in the federal government are fraudulent payments. Our information technology systems in the federal government are 1980s technologies. They're very susceptible to being hacked, and they're being hacked by foreign actors. And it's not just the unemployment insurance funds. It's not just the COVID money. There are SBA loans. There are so many grants within the federal government where fraudulent payments are going on. In Medicare, Medicaid, people are being paid fraudulently. One of the things that Musk and Ramaswamy want to do that hasn't gotten much attention, but I think they would know as much about as anybody, is updating the technology, modernizing the technology to prevent fraud. I mean, fraudulent payments go out every day in the federal government, and our government isn't equipped to be able to go after them, especially if they're from fake accounts in African countries or in European countries. There's no mechanism in place to go back and claw that money back and hold people accountable. So at the very least, we need to fix our technology. And we've never had anyone take the initiative to do that in the federal government. And that's one of the things that DOJ wants to do, and hopefully our committee will work with.
Thank you for tuning in to the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy Genesis. Welcome, welcome, welcome. All right, everybody. If you don't know, we now have memberships, and it is $4.99 to be a part of the channel. Have exclusive pictures, exclusive content, but also have like a star beside your name. But it is $4.99 to be a part of the channel. And yes, memberships are now part of the channel. Shout out to YouTube. We have been monetized on YouTube, so thank you to everybody who has been rocking with Genesis Madhouse for since July. We started streaming in July, and we had about 2,000 subscribers back in July, and we did this every day, 6 hours a day. And I just want to say, going back to July, this brings me to Nikki Lee, or Nisi Lee, like she says I think her mama or her dad calls her, Nisi Lee. She just donated $2 to the channel. Shout out to Nisi Lee. Keep going strong. She says MAGA. Shout out to Nikki Lee. I call her Nikki Lee, but she says one of her parents calls her Nisi Lee. But she streams like every day. and I watched her grow from like 90 subscribers or something like that, or 136 subscribers to almost 500 subscribers now. So keep going, Nisili. I see you, and thank you for the donation. Anyway, everybody else, God bless you. Let's keep going, man. We have been streaming for 2 hours 5 minutes, and we are gonna keep going. What else is going on? Everybody knows Jimmy Carter passed away at the age of 100 years old, and also there's been like a lot of thing going on. Oh, this thing going on with the H-1B visa and Mike Johnson situation. Of course, I mean, Jesus, this isn't gonna stop. But anyway, let's see what's going on with the border, and then we're gonna come back to the Mike Johnson situation. Let's get it.
President Trump has declared victory after a federal judge in Texas put a stop to the Biden administration's effort to sell off the remaining scrap wall that he was going to use for that obviously the Biden administration completely stalled. He writes on Truth Social in a major.
And what is this? What is this going on here that Joe Biden may be selling off some part of the border wall materials? Like, what is he doing selling off the border wall materials? Like, what are you doing, bro? We're supposed to be securing, safeguarding, protecting the country. And there is no country without a border. And yet you are allegedly selling off the border wall materials. Yeah, they ain't gonna happen. Look, Texas judge blocks Biden White House from selling more of border wall until Trump takes office. I mean, look at this, man. The Democrat, this is why I predict that in 2028 and 2032, the Democrat is not going to win a presidential election. They may win Congress or, the House, whatever, but they could never, I don't think they could actually win the executive power, which is the White House. I don't think so. Okay. Because in 2028, I'm guessing Ron DeSantis or JD Vance. I haven't really heard a lot from JD Vance lately, but however, Ron DeSantis or JD Vance. And then 2032, Vivek and Tulsi Gabbard. Yeah, it's over.
Crucial win for America and our national security. A federal judge in Texas, based on papers we filed just a few days ago, has prohibited the Biden administration from selling any materials designated for the border wall. That has been wrecked by Biden and his cronies, and which I'm going to rebuild in order to protect our country from violent migrant crime, fentanyl smuggling, sex trafficking, terror attacks, and other heinous nation-ending disasters.
That's good news out of Texas.
Thank you, Texas.
The Biden administration not able to sell off what's remaining of the border wall. Yes, Ken Paxton filing that lawsuit, the Attorney General of Texas. Tom Homan was talking about this yesterday on Fox News Live.
It's disgusting that they're going to take that border wall, which like you just said, we pay top dollar for, and selling it for pennies on the dollar. Now we got to rebuy it. It's ridiculous. However, a little bit of good news. One of the companies actually reached out to me, willing to give us that border wall products back at what they paid for it, the pennies on the dollar, giving us back for the same price. So I think Ken Paxton, the AG in Texas, took immediate action. I know I've been working with Lindsey Graham, taking immediate action. So right now I think we got them stopped. But it's insulting. They wait 4 years just before we take control to sell a main piece of our plan to secure that border.
And we had Chuck DeVore on earlier, and I talked to him about the wall. And one of the things that is so shocking when you go to the border is seeing piles of border wall rusting on one side, people coming across the border, and then massive protection around the detention centers where they're processing it.
A lot of people are saying a lot, okay? A lot of people are saying that Tom Homan definitely is going to do a great job. And some people also say his face looks like the border wall. Look, I can't even make this up, okay? A lot of people are saying this guy's face looks like the border wall. Damn.
I also went to a center that was for unaccompanied minors. And I'm telling you, Alcatraz is not more protected than, this. I mean, prisons are not more protected than this. The Biden administration did everything they could to make sure you did not know anything about the children that were coming across the border, the 300,000 that were missing, that remain missing, and the horrors that they went through. Rapes, little girls loaded up with birth control pills because the parents who sent them on this journey alone know that they're going to be raped. The number of tragedies that happened to them. And one of the people that has been, I think, a real hero in this, first of all, the group, the Texas Department of Public Safety, the DPS, but specifically Lieutenant Olivares, who has made it because he's a father and these images have broken his heart and he wanted America to know. He has made sure to let us know and show the photos. And we're the only network that's showing them, basically, of children who have come across the border alone. The latest. We just got these photos. This is a 9-year-old and a 5-year-old. Look at this. They came across alone with the cartels, and this often happens. The cartels get, for whatever reason, abandon these kids.
Now the question here is, where are the parents of these kids? Okay, who paid for these kids to be able to cross over into the United States? Who are their parents? These are the crucial questions that should be asked. All right, because everybody's blaming the cartels. Oh, the cartels. Yeah, we get it. But somebody paid the cartels to smuggle these kids into the United States. And in most cases, it's probably the guardian of these children. So it's like, what is going on? Who are the people in charge of this young kids that eventually may be probably taken advantage of if they're being displaced and they have some sort of written note about where they are supposed to go when they get into the United States? Who does that? These kids are like, what, 9 years old, 5 years old? This is just pathetic.
Kids, and this is what happens. Texas DPS troopers recovered 2 unaccompanied female children. They were abandoned, as I said. And this is just terrible.
All they had was that piece of paper right there that you see holding them up.
Yes.
Pulling up, and it had a phone number and address on it. That's it, that paper.
I think it's worth saying, you guys, poverty is no excuse for child abuse. And what was done to those girls by those parents, and certainly by these evil cartels that their parents put them in the hands of, is pure evil.
And when you hand over the entire border to the drug cartels and the human smugglers, this is what you get. And one of the strategies that they will sometimes use, of course, is to deploy the people that they're smuggling, the humans, the children in this case, a 5-year-old and a 9-year-old. They'll drop them off in a place in order to divert Border Patrol over there so that they can sneak their more valuable for them drugs over in some other spot. And I think it's so important to show these pictures.
Yes, it is.
And it's so interesting because the most of the political media, they're always looking for heartrending photographs, and they want to show that. They don't show these, and there's a reason they don't show these, because they care more about protecting the Biden administration and the political left than they do about exposing the true human tragedy that is occurring at the border.
We'll see a change in this. Tom Homan and Donald Trump have promised to locate as best as they can.
And they have a record of accomplishing that.
Yes, the 300,000 children that the Biden managed.
Yeah, so somebody says it's 325 million kids. No, it's 325. Oh, no, it's over 300,000 kids. But however, it's like, what type of parent would let this happen? It's too sad. It is not even, it's not fair. It's absolutely unfair to these innocent souls. I got a 5-year-old daughter, okay? So no matter what happens in my life, no matter how dark some days can get, I pride myself in, working as hard as I can, busting my butt off to make sure I provide for my baby girl. Because at the end of the day, it's like, why did I bring her here? Okay. Why did I bring her here if I'm not, gonna do all that it takes to become a better version of myself? Sometimes I'm not even gonna cap. I slack off. However, it's like my mentality is I have to be a better person for myself and then my daughter, so she doesn't go through what I went through. Okay. And already she's already doing better than I did at her age. So that's the goal of a parent, okay, to provide the things that you never had for your kids, for them to have a better um playing field, a fair playing or fairer playing field so they can get more opportunities than you got. And that's all life is. Just leave this world a better place than you met it for your seeds. And I only have one. It's like if you only have one child, I only have one child and she's 5. My goal, my mentality is get your shit together and get shit done, okay? Because she's counting on you. That's my mentality. All right. I don't mean to curse, but it is what it is. So, parents, get your life together and make sure you do what you can so your children can, go into doors, open up gates that, you probably may not be able to open, but you made sure they had the opportunity to move farther into those gates and, open those doors. H-1B visa, what going on right here?
President-elect Trump supporting Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy after the two backed H-1B visas for foreign workers, telling the New York Post, quote, "I've always liked the visas. I've always been in favor of the visas. That's why we have them. I have many H-1B visas on my properties. I've been a believer in H-1B. I've used it many times. It's a great program." Our next guest, though, is not sold on Trump's claims. Joining us now is American Majority founder and CEO Ned Ryan. Wow, a lot of confusion around this because, as you know, Ned, first of all, welcome and Happy New Year. As you know, Donald Trump had a lot of criticism.
Thank you for tuning into the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy Genesis. Thank you. Somebody just said, look, your dark days are nothing in comparison to some of these conditions these people face. First of all, I wasn't born in the United States. Okay, so newsflash. All right. I wasn't born in the United States. I was born in Nigeria. I only got to the United States, 7, 8 years ago. Became a United States citizen like 2, 3 years ago. So when somebody say, well, your dark days are not like these people's dark days. Have you ever been to Nigeria? You guys have power 24/7 in the United States. Sometimes we don't have power for like 60 days. Like, these are facts, okay? If you have anybody who lives in Nigeria, you can ask them, okay? This is just facts. You have power 24/7. As long as you pay your bills, you got power. Like, sometimes in Nigeria, we don't have water to clean up. Like, this is real life. So you telling me, some of your dark days are not like, you don't have a clue what is going on. Okay. Anyway, we're not gonna go back and forth about who has the most craziest upbringing or whatever. But it is what it is. But I just wanted you to know. I wanted you to know that look, I'm not I'm not a serial McDonald's upbringing type of man. Okay. I was brought up in like the harshest of conditions that you may not survive, but it is what it is.
Criticisms for this program and said there were a lot of abuses of it. Elon Musk has now come out, Vivek Ramaswamy, and now Donald Trump told the New York Post this. So what is your take?
Well, my take is the entire conversation started around increasing the number of H-1B visas, which was precisely the wrong place to start a conversation in expanding what is a broken and abused system. And I think a lot of people can acknowledge the H-1B visa system is broken. It's been abused. Elon posted some things last night that I think would be a nice starting point, that you have to significantly raise the minimum salary and then add an annual cost to these H-1B visas to maintain them. I think we have to get to the point, Rachel, where we make it prohibitively expensive to have an H-1B visa to really focus on having those truly exceptional people come in and use them. But Rachel, I think the thing has to be the thing that has to be discussed is the fundamental issues around this whole entire debate. Is that America fundamentally is not an economic zone. We're not some global storefront. Americans should not be treated as second-class citizens in their own country because federal policy allows billion-dollar corporations to hire foreign workers at under market wages instead of paying American workers full wages. So if we can start to frame the conversation that way and understand the system is broken, it needs to be reformed, and the American people should actually be prioritized in all things, that really is the message of America first.
Yeah, and that's always been Donald Trump's message, which is, I think, why some people are a little confused by that statement.
Well, I think probably what's truly indicative of where Donald Trump's second term will go on this is the fact that you have Stephen Miller in the White House, and he will be dealing with some of these issues like the H-1B visas. I think
this H-1B visa situation is like, of course, I support H-1B visa because, like I said earlier this morning when I was streaming, I said to the people watching at the time, I told them, like, a member of my family was diagnosed with lupus nephritis, and every specialist that came to see them for their kidneys, because lupus affects the kidney. If you have anybody who has ever had lupus affects your kidney, and blah blah blah. But anyway, the kidney doctor was from Ghana, all right, because he's a specialist. Kidney doctor was from Ghana. The lupus doctor was from China. Okay, the lady was a Chinese descent or whatever, and then the other person was probably from India. So it's like every doctor that she got to see, every specialist that she got to see, were not even Americans. Okay, they didn't even speak like I did. Like, you can hear my accent, okay, because obviously I wasn't born here, but if you talk to other Nigerians or other people who has been here for like 10 years, you can hear a very thick accent. I don't really have a thick accent. I have an accent. However, it's like when I'm talking to these doctors, the Indians, the Chinese, the Ghanaians, it's like it's really hard for me to even understand. And I'm like, okay. But you know why? They are top tier, skillful people. Okay. This is what the H-1B visas has done for the United States. It's allowed specialists, high skills, skillful individuals to get the opportunity to come into the United States and serve the United States. Okay? These people are willing to work, to serve, to be of service, to be an asset to the United States. Like if you go to Silicon Valley, most of the engineers are Indians. All right. Even like the richest man in the world, Elon Musk, he was born in Pretoria, South Africa. It's like, and he came here through H-1B visa. So it's like, I know a lot of people are going to say, that Elon Musk is an anomaly. I get it. However, it's like, he wasn't even born in the United States. And there are lots of people like that. Even Vivek Ramaswamy, he is a first generation born in the United States. His parents are immigrants. Donald J. Trump grandparents are not from the United States. They immigrated into the United States. Donald Trump's wife, Melania Trump, she's not from the she wasn't born in the United States. So, like, these things are very crucial to the United States, to the growth of the United States. H-1B visas and skilled individuals. What I do not support is, and what Trump also said he doesn't support, is illegal immigration. Okay. But if you're coming here through the proper channels, you go through Homeland Security, you go through the USCIS systems, there's no way you shouldn't be given an opportunity to prove yourself to be a part of the greatest nation in the world.
Stephen Miller has made it very clear how he feels about H-1B visas. The system has been abused. There is need for reform. And I think you actually, the starting point in the conversation with H-1B visas is how do you actually reduce the number to truly bring in those that are exceptional and not let it be abused. So I feel pretty confident that Stephen Miller and his reform ideas on H-1B visas will truly be what will happen in the second term.
Yeah, I don't think anyone would think it was a good idea to not allow another.
Shout out to the Ring Master. He just donated he donated $4.99. Shout out to the Ring Master for your donation, for your super chat. God bless you. Thank you so much to the Ring Master. Really, really appreciate your super chat. and your donations. Thank you. It says, God bless you, Genesis. So glad you are in the United States. Yes, and so glad you are an American. Yes, I am an American. I got my citizenship about 2 years ago. It took me 5 years to become a United States citizen, and I would say it's one of the best decisions of my life, if not the best. Okay, nah, I would say the best is when I saw my daughter come out and I saw her face. That was like the greatest decision ever. But then the United States really giving me the opportunity to become a United States citizen is something I would never take for granted. And I really cherish the United States. I cherish the culture and I cherish the people. And that's why I talk about stuff like this. Okay. I could do anything I wanted to do, but I talk about stuff like this because I truly care about the United States. And shout out to the ringmaster one more time. Thank you for your donation. Thank you for your super chat. And yeah. And this is another thing I want to address real fast. When I hear people say they've been in the United States for 25 years, they've been in the United States for 30 years, they've been in the United States for 20 years, it's like, so why haven't you applied for a change of status? Why haven't you like gone to a immigration lawyer to do a change of status? But you want to blame Trump for saying he wants to deport people who don't have documentations. But you had the opportunity for 20 years, for 25 years, you could go to an immigration lawyer or like find a way through USCIS. Like, this is the thing, USCIS actually wants you to become a United States citizen. And this is just the facts, okay? The United States wants you to become a United States citizen. Easy. You just have to make sure you follow the law. You go through Homeland Security, you go through USCIS, and do what you're supposed to do. Study, know the Constitution, know things you're supposed to know the history, and be a part of the United States and love the United States and go take the exams at the USCIS office. But you don't want to do that. You want to complain about Trump deporting you. You've been here. Bro, you've been here for 25 years. You didn't contact an immigration lawyer. You didn't contact USCIS to figure out how you could change your status, but Trump is the bad guy. Nah, bro. Nah, we ain't gonna take that. You gonna have to take responsibility for that too.
Elon Musk into the country. We obviously want the brightest people
Correct.
to come here.
Truly exceptional.
Truly
Yes.
exceptional people, of course. But we have, thousands of people doing coding jobs, and I know a lot of Americans who would love for their sons and daughters to have those jobs.
I think one of the things that's been insinuated in this debate is that somehow Americans are mediocre. I would firmly push back on that. I think our school system has seriously not served the American people well. It has become indoctrination centers at all levels. Instead of emphasizing STEM, those things will actually benefit us in regards to these high-tech jobs. So I think it's not mediocrity. I think we've been abused by our school system, and there's a significant need for reform. They should not be indoctrination centers. We should actually be emphasizing these things that will actually help us in these sectors.
Yeah, absolutely. And importing workers to fill these jobs is not going to do anything to fix the system. It's going to hide this. It's going to prevent us from dealing with the root cause of it. Absolutely. And I will add this too, Ned. It is our school system. You're absolutely right about that. It has failed our students, and hopefully Donald Trump will do something through the education department to start fixing that, school choice, all that. But there is a family component.
Thank you for tuning in one more time. Shout out to the legend, Ellie. Ellie, I see you. Thank you for being the first to buy membership to the YouTube channel. God bless you, Ellie. Ellie just purchased the first membership to the channel. Like I said, membership to join the channel, it is just $4.99. And you would get the membership for a month. Shout out to Ellie. Ellie is now a member of the channel. He has a star in front of his name. That's the first time I'm seeing this on my channel. Shout out to YouTube, and shout out to you guys for being here and making sure we got to this level. And Ellie says add to type /join at the end of the channel address to subscribe to the membership. Huh? Really? Had to join at the end of the had to type /join the end of the channel address to subscribe to the membership. Huh. Okay, so anyway, I'm gonna pin Ellie's comment right here. So for anybody else who wants to join the channel membership, or anybody wants to join anybody, okay, who wants to join the channel membership, go check Ellie's comment. I pinned it, and it's gonna take you straight to becoming. Ellie, is he Ellie or Eli? Is he Ellie or Eli? Have I been pronouncing your name wrong for all these months? Is he Ellie or Eli? I've been saying Ellie. Nah, bro. If it's Eli, then that ain't gonna work. Anyway, if you want to join the membership, okay, Ellie just put all right, here you go. So now you can join the membership, join the channel. Ellie says it takes it both ways. That didn't come out right. Ellie says he understands the meaning. Yeah, that didn't come out right.
Of this as well, and a lot of children have been failed at home in broken homes. And when you hear Vivek Ramaswamy talk about sort of the cultural values that are coming, say, from East Indian American families and so forth, those are families that are intact. Those are families that are focused. I'll give you the last word on that.
Well, I do think that we need to challenge the generations behind us, our children and those behind them, to actually shoot to set goals to exceed what they think that is possible. So I think we have kind of had that we've set low expectations. I think we need to encourage our younger people to actually set higher goals, and I think we need to reform the school system. So I think there's a whole host of things, but you're right. When we have things like H-1B visa that has been abused, it's a Band-Aid over the problem. It is not the real solution.
Yeah, I love that we're having this debate. It's important.
Shout out to Danielle Rose. Danielle Rose just gifted 1 membership. Shout out to Danielle Rose. Shout out to Danielle Rose, man. And shout out to Ellie Eli. Okay, because now I feel some type of way. But anyway, Danielle Rose just gifted membership to somebody. I don't know, but I just wanted to say thank you to Danielle Rose. Anyway, let's get back to basics. All right. H-1B visa. I support H-1B visa for sure. And somebody in the chat, what somebody says something. Somebody says, what did this person say? Gen Z, first generation African American, says slavery never happened. When did I say that? Okay, I'm just gonna let you do your thing. What else? Biden is saying he could have actually won the election against Trump. Like, come on, man. We saw the debate in June and you messed up. You fumbled. Like, I thought he was really going to, give up on stage. And it was hard to watch Biden this summer with Trump. The debate was just absurd. I'm like, what is going on? He was saying a bunch of BS. But I'm not age-shaming Biden. I'm just saying that it was so sad to see and hard to watch. And even some Democrats, because some Democrats were like, yeah, he's good to be the next president. He's actually fit to be the next president of the United States, to do a second term. And I'm like, what are you saying? Sometimes people are delusional. But I'm glad that he's going to be out of the White House come January 20, and the legend, the 45th, now the 47th president-elect, is going to be the new president. And like I always say, adults are back in the White House. Check out this man, talking about he could have beaten Trump. You know that's cap. That can't happen.
President Biden now expressing regret for dropping out of the 2024 race. A new revealing report saying, quote, Biden and some of his aides still believe he should have stayed in the race despite the rocky debate performance and low poll numbers that prompted Democrats to pressure him to drop out. Biden and these aides have told people in recent days that he could have defeated Trump. Here to discuss is Democratic strategist and former press secretary to Jill Biden, Michael LaRosa, and Republican strategist Katie Frost. Welcome to both of you. Why don't we start with Michael, because you actually worked with Joe Biden. Tell us your side of this story. Do you think that Joe Biden could have been a better candidate at the end of the day than Kamala Harris?
Well, I think what he's looking at, Rachel, is sort of this undeniable fact that, look, he got the most votes of any president in history. He got 81 million votes. He won 4 years ago with over 51% of the vote. That's 7 million votes more than Donald Trump. And Donald Trump still wasn't able to really get over the hurdle of 50%. He still can't get half the country to support him. Now, the other side to this is that all the exit polls show that in all of the swing states, President Biden's approval rating was at or below 42% in those 7 swing states that really decided the election. So it was going to be a huge hurdle to overcome. That said, putting Harris on the ticket, Rachel, allowed us to flip 3 seats in California and 4 seats in New York that may have otherwise not have flipped and shrunk the House GOP majority.
Well, that's an interesting look. These are the Biden approval ratings. 34% approved, 66 disapproved. So I don't know, Katie, what are your thoughts?
Well, it's great to be with you, Rachel. And
the only reason this man is coming out here to say all of this BS is because he feels that maybe if you guys have kept me in the race, I could have beaten Trump. I could have beaten Trump. I could have beaten Trump, everybody. And I now really believe that he gifted the Democrats Party Kamala Harris because he knew she was a disaster. Okay. She was a very bad communicator. She wasn't articulate at all. Kamala was absolutely an inarticulate person. She couldn't put 2 sentences together that actually means something. She would say, what, you think you fell from a coconut tree? And, be unburdened by what has been, like, what are you saying? This is why Trump won the election, because Kamala was fully a disaster. With every funding that they got, Democrat Party, if only they had someone who was level-headed, they may have even tried. But Kamala Harris, even with Beyonce, Oprah, Eminem, Samuel L. Jackson, Megan Thee Stallion, Lizzo, the Obamas, it was still a no. The people came out and voted. They voted in droves, okay? They voted and were like, no, okay? Thank goodness all of this is not for Kamala to handle, because oh man, oh Lord Jesus, just imagine Kamala was in charge of this right here. Dear Lord, thank you.
I'll say if President Biden thought that he could have defeated President Trump after the worst debate performance in presidential history, I don't think we need to look any further for signs of cognitive decline. There is absolutely no way he was up to the task of defeating President Trump. And he also was not able to serve another 4 years as president. He's barely been able to serve these past 4 years. Why would anyone think he could have served another term? We now have confirmation from the reporting in the Wall Street Journal of what we all witnessed with our own eyes, is that he was struggling to do the very basic functions of the presidency. And the fact that we essentially had a shadow government of unelected staffers who were covering up his inability to govern while they were making decisions for our country is a serious scandal of unbelievable magnitude. There are a lot of questions that need to be asked about this. Hopefully those will be asked under oath, because this is a scandal that makes Watergate look like robbing a lemonade stand.
No question. I think it's one of the biggest political scandals in our lifetime. I mean, the amount of people that were implicated in this cover-up of his mental decline is remarkable. And top of the list, Michael, is Jill Biden, who you work for. In fact, she was campaigning so extensively on behalf of her husband in Iowa that Joe Biden's team said it's making Joe look bad because she's everywhere. We even saw that crazy photo of her sitting at in some cabinet meeting with her glasses. I mean, was she the president?
All right, so I see the comments if I am running to serve the United States people, and I'm raising billions of dollars, and I am not articulate enough. I cannot skillfully communicate whatever my policies are. Why am I running for the presidential seat? Like, it's not even, it's just common sense to realize that, okay, this is not my gift, all right? I could make a change behind the curtains, okay? If you cannot communicate, if you cannot talk about your policies, why are you running to be the president of the United States? Okay. If you're raising billions, why can you not communicate? Like, look, everybody has their own opinion. However, the people have spoken and they said Kamala is a no-no. All right. You can come in the chat and say what you want to say, but definitely Kamala Harris got the boot.
No, of course not. Look, she did. She was his most effective surrogate, his best campaigner. She traveled a ton, and she did it while she was teaching full time. There was no question that.
But she did it more than him. That's the problem, right?
Well, I think what they were trying to say.
And the fact, this is it. And the fact that she got endorsed by Oprah Winfrey, by the Obamas, by Beyonce, Taylor Swift. Okay, of course, Swifties. What was I thinking? Like, she got endorsed by all of these Hollywood elites that knows nothing about mortgage rates. All right, knows nothing about interest rate, knows nothing about the border, knows nothing about gas prices, knows nothing about grocery prices, because of course they got virtually everything they need. Okay, and I'm not shaming anybody for being rich or financially stable. It's, they worked hard for whatever they got. But the fact is, what does Taylor Swift knows about mortgage rates? What does Beyonce knows about groceries? No, she's touring around the country. She doesn't care about the gas prices because she never drives to the gas station to actually pump gas. But Trump was talking to the truck drivers, the construction workers, the HVAC technicians, the plumbers, the welders, the house painters, the electricians. This is why he won. Okay? It's just common sense. And Kamala was there talking about, I grew up in a home, we had a lawn in the front yard. What are you talking about? Yeah. I don't even think she could be the governor of California at this point.
Say to me at the time was, remember, I was new. I was working for the supporting actor, and here I am bragging about my boss, who I love and adore. And look, it was undeniable that she traveled to more counties, and that was all of public record. So I couldn't lie to the reporter, right? I had to just say, yeah, of course that's true. Sure. And what their point was is that age was dogging the campaign from the very beginning. And that was their point to me, is that this is always going to be an issue. Let's just try to not make her look great at the expense of him.
Really quick, Katie, last question. I don't have a lot of time. Is it the case?
Someone in the chat just said that it cost her $20 million for those endorsements. For real? So she paid everybody $20 million? I don't think so. Come on, man. She paid Megan Thee Stallion, Lizzo, Samuel L. Jackson, Usher, $20 million each. I don't think so. I think some people got a lot of money, like Beyonce, definitely. Maybe Taylor Swift for sure. Maybe Oprah. Maybe the Obamas. But like Megan Thee Stallion, $20 million. I don't think so.
That as bad as Joe Biden was campaigning, his age, his mental decline, that he still could have been a better candidate than Kamala Harris?
Well, that's an excellent question. I think that's going to be a popular parlor game. Could he have been a better candidate than Kamala Harris? She, of course, struggled in so many ways that we all witnessed, but it really does not depend if it was Harris or was it Biden. The real problem here is they didn't have a primary where the candidates could be properly vetted, and that ended up being their own undoing.
Yeah, it was very undemocratic. That's for sure. Michael LaRosa, Katie, always great having you both on. Thanks for joining us. We'll have you back.
Thanks.
Thank you.
I'm Steve Ducey.
Yeah, boo-boo. You want to tell me?
Allies of House Speaker Mike Johnson warning any effort to remove him as Speaker could delay the certification of the 2024 election. Lawmakers will hold a speakership vote January 3rd and will vote to certify the election on January 6th. If a speaker is not elected by that date, lawmakers cannot be sworn in and therefore cannot certify the election. Now, remember, it took about 3 weeks for Republicans to replace former Speaker Kevin McCarthy last year with Johnson. Texas Congressman Pat Fallon is urging President-elect Trump to reaffirm his support for Johnson, telling Fox News Digital Trump's endorsement would be incredibly powerful. Politico is also reporting that Trump is unhappy with Speaker Johnson, questioning whether Johnson is capable of managing the Republicans' razor-thin majority. Trump also felt blindsided by the first continuing resolution deal that Johnson struck with the Democrats. Lawmakers telling Maria whether or not Johnson should be removed. Watch.
I think that we need to stay the course. I mean, we had chaos when Kevin McCarthy was taken out, and Mike Johnson was somebody that all the different factions could support, and I don't see it being any different right now.
Rather than getting rid of the debt ceiling, you get a speaker with a spine who puts forward a spending plan that actually encourages conservatives like myself and some members of the Freedom Caucus to join on.
Are you saying you'll support Mike Johnson?
I think it's good to mix it up and let them know we are not happy with the job they're doing.
We need to back President Trump. And if President Trump is going to back Johnson, I'm sure that he will be the speaker.
I know there have been a number of members who have expressed interest in continuing the conversation about Speaker Johnson and where we go from here. But I think he's been working very hard to try to accommodate the needs of the individual House members and the priorities of the incoming administration.
Joining me now is North Carolina Congressman Greg Murphy. He's a member of the House Veterans Affairs, Ways and Means, and Administration Committees, and he's also the co-chair of the GOP Doctors Caucus. Congressman, good morning to you. Do you support...
Good morning, Cheryl.
And Merry Christmas. Do you support Mike Johnson?
I do. You know, the Speaker of the House is the most difficult job, and especially with many different factions within the Republican Party. We call them the five families, with very, very differing, sometimes theological bents. Some are in Biden 10 districts. Others are in R35 districts. And walking that line as a Speaker of the House is extremely difficult. And we have some folks, Cheryl, truth be told, wake up in the morning and instead of saying, how can we get something done, they say, how can I obstruct and get on media? And that's extremely difficult. Mike has done, I believe, a very, very good job. Is it perfect? No, we're not going to get perfect. And some individuals literally just want to topple the House down for the sake of toppling the House down. He has done a very, very good job in trying to pull things together. And I think kicking him out and going through the same absolute chaos that Matt Gaetz started with McCarthy last session is absolutely wrong and does a horrible thing for President Trump's first 100 days. So let us stay the course. Let us actually have conversations. Let us actually do things and communicate. And let us not have people who go one off and then run off to the media to spout out their disliking of what the speaker is.
Well, Matt Gaetz is no longer in Congress. Look, let's talk about spending after this bruising CR fight that we just wrapped up on December 20th. And talk about where the cuts need to be. You know, Rand Paul says there's $1 trillion that you can cut. Listen to Rand Paul and where he says that DOJ can help and maybe where it can't. Watch.
Ultimately, it takes Congress. Congress has to get rid of the spending. DOJ can point out the spending problems and the waste the same way I've been pointing it out. But the reason it's not eliminated is they don't have the votes to get rid of the spending. About a year ago, there was a CHIPS bill, a bill to subsidize microchips, semiconductors in the United States. Well, in that bill, they doubled the size of the National Science Foundation. Now, the National Science Foundation is the one that's famous for doing a study on whether tequila or gin makes people more aggressive. So they fed fish, half of them tequila and the other half of the fish gin, and they decided which made the fish more aggressive. All the Democrats and half the Republicans voted to double the size of the National Science Foundation. So why is there more waste? Because the idiots in Congress keep giving them more money.
Congressman, your reaction to that?
I'm not sure which tequila or gin is really best for the fish. But what Rand Paul points out is some of the asinine funding things. The same thing with DEI funding at NIH. I believe it was $180 million to fund DEI initiatives within a science foundation. He's absolutely true. There are so many things that we go. We have a target-rich environment. Medicare Advantage, for example, is bilking the government from hundreds of billions of dollars by upcoding and so many other things. There's target-rich environments. But also remember, Cheryl, we have entitlement spending. We have Medicare. We have Social Security, things that are sacrosanct, that are really our major drivers of where our debt is. And so where reform is needed, it is needed. And so you can't, Rome was not built in a day. You can't change all of this overnight. We got rid of a lot of things. I voted for that CR because I live in North Carolina. Western North Carolina has been devastated, apocalyptic, because of the hurricane. And I was not going to not vote against them. The same thing is with our farmers. Our farmers are literally on lifeline. And guess what? Food doesn't come from the grocery store. It comes from the farmer's field. And so we have to make priorities. And yeah, again, things are not done immediately. Let us get into the session. Let us start working with President Trump on his initiatives. Let us go through the appropriations bills. We could only get 5 out of 12 done in Congress last time because we had some individuals, because nothing's perfect for them, that were going to vote against anything. Let us get.
That's the case. If Republicans come together, agree on one accord, this would be undoubtedly the greatest season for the United States people, like straight up. But if the Republican Party are going back and forth and fighting against each other, then there's no way Trump would be successful in this next 4 years. And it's just the facts. He's going to definitely sign executive orders and stuff like that, but he needs Congress. And fortunately for him, the Republican now has Congress for this next 2 years. So if anything, this next 2 years should be one of the greatest times for the people in the United States. If they just come together and agree on one accord. This is what I believe. But I mean, we know the Republican Party. Sometimes they don't align. But this is the time to put all your difference aside and just get to work, man.
Back in the process. Don't start the entire session with chaos again. Let us start it with orderly rule and let us rule. We have 2 years really to put in President Trump's agenda. Let us do this and not fight amongst ourselves the entire time.
I want to ask you about immigration as well, Congressman, because California Governor Newsom reportedly is considering this plan to shield illegal immigrants from President-elect Trump's deportation plans. Politico has this draft memo they've obtained. It's called Immigrant Support Network Concept. Proposes regional hubs connect at-risk individuals, families, communities with systems such as legal services, schools, labor unions, local governments. Congress, you reacted to this on X. You accused Newsom of obstruction of justice and aiding and abetting. So I want to get your take on this and this push from not just Newsom, but we're seeing this at the local level as well.
Okay, so I see in the chat, people are asking, how do I know if I actually am a member of this channel? All you have to do is click the link that is pinned to this live stream. Just click the link. It's going to take you to the membership spot where you can join the membership of the channel. So click the link that is pinned here. It is pinned by Ellie. I was almost going to say Eli, but but click the link that is pinned by Ellie, and you're going to be able to join the membership of this channel. So, yes, let's get it.
In sanctuary cities.
We have laws in this land, Cheryl, and President Biden.
And this is something that I think Gavin Newsom is definitely going to run for the presidential election for the Democrat Party in 2028. I know you guys know that for a fact. Maybe AOC may want to try her luck, okay? But I know for a fact that Gavin Newsom, he ain't going down like that.
Vice President Harris decided that they were above the law. They didn't need to regard the law. And so, yeah, America spoke, and America gave a mandate to President Trump, the rule of law. Newsom has created his own little deficit spending debacle of a state. I believe there's $68 billion in debt now. And what he wants to do is basically break the law. You know, we saw this long time ago when states didn't want to integrate and they wanted to continue with segregation. These are laws. These are national laws. He doesn't get to pick and choose which one he gets. Yeah, no, we're not going to send in the National Guard, but you know what? They get a lot of federal money. And if they want to have their state dry up even quicker because of his nasty policies, I don't think he lasts long. And this time when the recount comes, he's gone. You cannot keep flaunting and caring more about people who have come in this country illegally than the people of our own country. It's this nonsense. These blue states the day is coming. They're going to rue the day. They're going to continue these asinine and ridiculous policies.
Well, let's stay with this because many self-proclaimed sanctuary states are seeing a massive surge in migrant populations. If you look at the latest Census Bureau data, the U.S. added a record 2.8 million migrants between 2023 and 2024. That is nearly 5 times as many that was added in 2019. Foreign migration over the past year has offset the amount of U.S. citizens leaving Democrat-run states like California, New York, and Illinois. So they're leaving these Democrat-run states, but what these Democratic-run states are doing is they're encouraging migrants to come in, of course, at the cost to taxpayers. Is this a politically motivated decision?
Cheryl, this was politically motivated from day one. This was politically motivated from day one to try to change the electoral college, to try to change populations in states. And if you look at, take New York, for example, look at what's going on in New York City. Finally, a lot of the blue Democrats are fighting back, saying this is nonsense. I think Lee Zeldin, the only reason he's not governor of New York right now is so many Republicans left New York. No, this is their nefarious plan to change the way, fundamentally change the way, as Obama said, transform the country. And they're to do it by illegal methods, illegal modes, and to try to bring people in where they should not be in.
Congressman.
Support the OG and let him do his job. That's all. Shout out to Bernie Sanders. Listen to Bernie Sanders. I don't know if you guys have seen this or heard about this, but Bernie Sanders had something important to say. Listen right here.
Take this opportunity to wish everybody a very happy holiday season and a wonderful new year. As we come,
why don't they say Merry Christmas? Is it like a Democrat thing? I don't know. It's because I rarely hear, because he said Happy Holidays and Happy New Year. It's like, what happened to Merry Christmas? Y'all don't say Merry Christmas? Oh, okay, I get it.
New Year. As we come to the end of 2024, it might be helpful to take a hard look at where we are as a nation and how we can best go forward. And let me be honest with you in saying that we are in an extraordinarily pivotal and volatile moment in American history, and things are moving very, very rapidly. The most important point that I want to stress today is how fast our country is evolving into an oligarchic society.
All right, here we go.
And into two very different Americas. On one hand, we have an America that consists of less than 1,000 billionaires, not a whole lot of people in a nation of 340 million, who have an unprecedented amount of wealth and power and have never, ever had it so good. That's one America. The other America, where the vast majority of our people live, consists of tens of millions of families who are struggling to put food on the table, pay their bills, and worry that their kids will have a lower standard of living than they do. In the first America, the uber wealthy buy $500 million yachts, $270 million mansions. They have private islands all to themselves. They got fleets of jets to take them all over the world. And occasionally they take cool trips on rocket ships that blast off to the edge of outer space. A lot of fun. They also receive the best health care money can buy, and they send their kids to the very best private schools and colleges in the world. In this America, the three wealthiest men, Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, and Mark Zuckerberg, own more wealth than the bottom half of our society. Three people own more wealth than the bottom half of our society. And their wealth is skyrocketing. Musk alone is now worth over $450 billion. And combined, these three men are now worth almost $1 trillion. In the other America, millions of Americans are struggling just to provide for the basic necessities of life. In this America, over 60% of our people live paycheck to paycheck. Millions work for starvation wages. 85 million are uninsured or underinsured. And over 60,000 die each year because they can't afford to go to a doctor on time. In other words, we are living in a nation today where a handful of billionaires have more money than they could spend in 1,000 lifetimes, while at the same time, millions are living in desperation, fear, and are struggling to survive. But let's be clear. Our country is not just experiencing an unprecedented level of income and wealth inequality. Today, the ruling elite have brought about a situation in which we now have more concentration of ownership than we have ever had before. In other words, a small number of giant corporations have enormous control over our economy in sector after sector: healthcare, agriculture, financial services, energy, transportation, you name it. A small number of giant conglomerates control what is produced and how much we as consumers pay for their products. Unbelievably, just three Wall Street firms, BlackRock, Vanguard, and State Street, control assets of more than $22 trillion. These three Wall Street firms are the major shareholders in 95% of S&P 500 companies, exerting enormous control of the largest corporations in the world. Three Wall Street firms, unbelievable power. And that is not all in terms of what's going on today. It's not just the billionaire ownership and control over the economy and the media that should concern us. The uber rich are also buying our government. They are buying our government and undermining American democracy. Never before in our history have we seen a ruling class with so much political power. As a result of the disastrous Citizens United Supreme Court decision, billionaires and their super PACs can spend unlimited sums of money on political campaigns. And that is exactly what they are doing. You get one vote. They get to spend unlimited amounts of money. During the 2024 election cycle, just 150 billionaires, 150 people, spent nearly $2 billion to buy politicians who support their agenda and to defeat candidates who oppose their special interests. Billionaires who represent just 0.0005% of our population accounted for 18% of total campaign spending. My friends, that is not democracy. That is not one person, one vote. That is not what this country is supposed to stand for. In his Gettysburg Address in 1863, President Abraham Lincoln spoke about, quote, a government of the people, by the people, for the people, end quote. Well, sadly today, We have a government of the billionaire class, by the billionaire class, for the billionaire class. We are in a pivotal and unprecedented moment in American history. That's the simple reality. Either we fight aggressively all over this country.
And when he says either we fight aggressively around the country, what does he mean? Is it like actual fight? Or I mean, if Kamala Harris has won the presidential election, would he still make a video like this? This is the question we should ask ourselves. So what is the motive of this video right here? Is it trying to cause some sort of uproar, or what is he trying to do with this right here? What is he trying to do with this? Because this right here is not even, I don't think it's valid. Like, everything he's talking about has been happening for years. The rich versus the poor, the elites versus the common man. We know that. Okay, they ain't saying, look, that's not a new news. We've already known that for years. Okay. So what are you trying to say? There should be riots in the streets because the ultra wealthy are getting wealthier? It's been like that for years, for ages. And the Democrat definitely had a lot to do with that.
To create a government and an economy that works for all of us.
But Joe Biden is a Democratic president. He is the president of the United States right now. He is from the Democrat Party. So it's like, when you say we should create a government or a country or an economy that represents the people, benefits the people, a system that actually truly benefits the people, why don't you go talk to your Democrat president, Joe Biden, and say all of this to him? Nope. You don't like that. You don't want to say things like that to your leader. You want to come out here and act like you truly care about people. I don't think so.
Or we will continue to move rapidly down the path of oligarchy and the rule of the super rich. The choice is clear. We must stand together for democracy and justice. Let's do it. Thank you.
Let's do what? Let's do what? Let's do it. Let's do what, though? Let's do what, though? What are you trying to say? Let's do it. Let's do what? Just like Kamala talking about the fight isn't over. It is, ma'am. Go back home to Doug. Go back home to Doug, okay? Go back to Hawaii to Doug, because this ain't gonna work. All right, Gavin Newsom. Here we go. Gavin Newsom is definitely gonna run. He's definitely getting sacked. Is getting fired from the governor of. He's gonna be fired for sure. Is this his second term in California?
Good morning, everyone.
I know Vegas is
And
in
happy
Las
holidays.
Vegas. Vegas, you are in Las Vegas, right? Is this Gavin Newsom's second
Come back
term?
to Oakland because I said this many occasions. I'll repeat it again. We have your back. The reality is, however, we're at a point, an inflection point in terms of the state's support. We want to extend that support. That support, as you know, significantly increased. The CHP was tasked in July to quadruple the enforcement efforts and the partnership with the city of Oakland. That commitment was to expire by the end of the month. We're going to extend that commitment, but not for an open-ended period of time. We're at that point in time that we need to see some commensurate support and reforms and changes as it relates to policing here in Oakland in order to consider extending this state-subsidized partnership. We specifically are going to need to see changes in the pursuit policy here in Oakland. This has been called out over the course of many months. The Deputy Commissioner just highlighted a remarkable story that has been shared on multiple occasions to me and others of suspects that have been pursued that were shocked that they were actually pulled over because in the past, presumably, they had not been. They had been told, perhaps in other cases and instances, that there aren't consequences. You could be drunk, you can run a red light, you can come close to side-swiping a school bus during the morning hours right in front of a police officer, and the pursuit policy in Oakland says we cannot pursue that suspect. We cannot engage that suspect. Reckless driving, someone that literally puts people's lives at risk, that occurs right in front of an officer in a vehicle. That officer cannot, under this extreme pursuit policy here in Oakland, pursue that suspect. This is an outlier in the state of California. It may be an outlier in the United States of America. It's an extreme outlier in the state of California. And so we need to see this pursuit policy change. In July, I wrote a letter to the police commission. I wrote a letter to the city council. I wrote a letter to local leaders, the mayor at the time, requesting some common sense. Not going back to an extreme. We're not looking for an old binary here. We're trying to take best practices across the state, for that matter, across the nation. It's been a decade now since that policy was reverted, and to update it. In September, the police commission had that opportunity to do so, and they decided not to do it. We need to see that policy changed. This commitment from the state can't continue unless we see commensurate changes with our partners here in Oakland. This partnership has been extraordinarily successful, and it's a partnership.
Thank you for tuning into the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy Genesis. Yes, sir. Okay, so the Ring Master just purchased the membership. God bless you, the Ring Master. Thank you so much for becoming a member on the channel. Thank you one more time. The Ring Master is the second member on this channel. I'm probably not going to forget like the first 10 people or the first 5 people. I don't know. But I know for a fact that the first person was Ellie, and the second person to ever join the membership of the channel is the Ring Master. Okay. And this is very crucial because, you know, as we grow, all of this would get bigger and expand, of course, you know, by God's grace. Okay. It's just by God's grace. But anyway, to see this happen from July this year to now, where we are, how we were not monetized because they were like, the content is hurting the people or whatever. But shout out to YouTube now, okay? But Ellie and the Ring Master, the first two to ever join the membership of the Genesis Madhouse channel. God bless you guys. You guys are the best. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you for supporting your boy. And everybody else just watching, God bless you guys as well. Shout out to the moderators. You guys are awesome. Let's get it. Okay, so Gavin Newsom. Okay, like Trump says, Gavin Newsom, even though his name is Gavin Newsom, but Trump calls him Gavin Newsom. Okay.
That is not just exclusive to law enforcement. This partnership is much more comprehensive, and I want to just remind everybody of that. This is not a law enforcement only engagement in Oakland, or for that matter, Alameda County. Quite the contrary. Caltrans' commitment, a 10-point specific plan that we put out in July on beautification, on state investments to deal with quality of life, to support our local nonprofits, continues to this day. It's not exclusively a law enforcement posture only. That said, the law enforcement component has been critical, not only the supplemental as it relates to the quadrupling, again, of this initiative, but also the work that the Deputy Commissioner highlighted as it relates to the flock cameras. Those 480 flock cameras went up, as he noted, in record time. 290 of them are within the city jurisdiction in Oakland, about 190 of them on state right-of-ways adjacent to the city of Oakland. You've already seen the benefits of those cameras. And you've also seen the protocols that are in place as it relates to concerns around privacy and how those cameras are utilized as it relates to aiding and supporting law enforcement. But we also saw what the voters expressed in pretty clear terms. They want change. They're demanding change. There's no longer an Alameda County district attorney. There's no longer a mayor. There's an interim mayor here in Oakland. The voters have spoken. And we need to.
Another question is, what is Gavin Newsom's issue? Doesn't he want the best for Californians, or what is his problem really? He's trying to look out Tom Homan. He's trying to look out Trump from the states. Why is he doing that? With the forest wildfires that they get, Trump is saying, you know what? You need water. You need to be able to figure out how to pass water to your city or to your states. And it's like, oh, no. What is going on with this man? Something must be wrong with Gavin Newsom. I can tell you that much.
See the change that the people of Oakland, and for that matter, folks here in Alameda County, deserve. And we are prepared to continue to support those efforts, but we need to see commensurate reforms locally. I want to thank President Adams, who's here, the NAACP, for their extraordinary.
Isn't Gavin Newsom Nancy Pelosi's nephew, or some, like, I don't know, something like that, right? I think Gavin Newsom is connected or related to Nancy Pelosi, so that's why he is pretty much influential in the political world, especially in California for sure.
Clarity and support of these efforts, for calling us all out, for calling us to a higher level of commitment, to the bishop for doing the same, demanding more of the state, demanding more of all of us in advancing this partnership. I also want to call out two council members that are here, Houston and Jenkins. Thank you for being here. Thank you for stepping up. Thank you for having our backs. Thank you for having backed this partnership for some time. And thank you for your commitment and resolve to see what you too can do to help advance this broader effort and need and desire to see the kind of change that all of us are expecting here in Oakland. Proud of this city. I grew up a stone's throw away. When I was mayor of San Francisco, we looked across the bay at envy at Oakland. We used to call it the Brooklyn of the Bay, and that was a deep compliment. The number of businesses that were coming to downtown Oakland, the revitalization of the neighborhoods, the restaurants, the culture, the artistic expression. And this is a spectacular city. It remains a spectacular city, but it's lost its way a little bit. It's lost a little bit of confidence. But we can revise that. That sense of spirit and pride is all about community, and that's why I'm here, to sort of reinvigorate that sense of optimism and possibility back into Oakland. But it starts foundationally with public safety. It's at a tipping point. We were just talking, Barbara made the point, how many businesses are today deciding what to do tomorrow, next quarter, next year? Are they going to renew their leases? They need to see change now. They need to see demonstrable resolve, and they need to see this partnership advanced. But in return, that partnership requires that local change and local support. So that's why we're here, with gratitude and appreciation for the progress to date. And I'll just close with deeper gratitude and appreciation for the men and women in uniform, to the California Highway Patrol, on behalf of Commissioner Deary, on behalf of our Deputy Commissioner. Thank you guys for all the extraordinary work you guys do every single day. I don't think you've ever been tasked or asked to do more in the last few years. than you've been asked to do across a spectrum of issues. And demonstrably, final point, those results are in hand. You saw the 117 arrests on December 20th in partnership with 56 retailers and 10 local jurisdictions, a proactive policing partnership that was made possible because of a year-long effort that you have advanced, where we have saturated and supported local law enforcement agencies all up and down this state, particularly around organized retail theft, property crimes, issues related to vehicles, issues related to guns that we believe were used in crimes. I want to thank you for that. 1,347 arrests in those operations since February. 2,500 vehicles that were stolen have been recovered since that operation started. Partnerships that have been formed here in Oakland, in San Bernardino, in Bakersfield, as was noted. Commitments that we've made in Antioch and Vallejo that we want to expand upon with conditions. And partnerships that have been formed because of the largesse of the legislature with $267 million in grants that went to 55 jurisdictions in this state, an unprecedented level of support for vertical prosecution and investigations to address the issues of property crime in this state. It's bearing fruit, and your labor has been determinative and demonstrable. So thank you, all of you, the Highway Patrol, for an outstanding job. With that, we're all here to answer any questions.
Hi, Governor. Monica Madden, ABC 7 News. Thanks for having us. Today, San Francisco District Attorney Brooke Jenkins just announced the first person charged with retail theft charges under Prop 36 because of the 2 prior convictions. Do you know if there have been any arrests within the last month by the task force that are now enabled under Prop 36? And do you still feel the same since you did not endorse that earlier this year?
Well, I don't know the details of a local DA's charging of a specific case. But I do know this, that the legislature advanced 12 specific bills. Prop 36 never included organized retail theft, never addressed that issue, never addressed the issue of vehicle crimes, never addressed the issue of multi-jurisdictional prosecutions. It primarily addressed the issue of nonviolent drug possession. As it relates to the 12 bills that were advanced in the legislature, as you know, they'll go in effect in January. As it relates to Prop 36 in this specific instance, I'll leave it to the district attorney to talk more about why she decided to charge him.
There also, this week in Alameda County, have been at least 5 different smash and grabs. I mean, what do we do to continue preventing those in addition to the retail theft ones that you've been touting?
Rewind the tape. That's why we're here. That's the partnership that we're committing to continue to advance.
So I'm here, I'm researching about Gavin Newsom, and this man keeps saying he is going to fight till the end. Like he's going to fight against the Trump administration. And there's so many articles here, and I'm like, what is going on, Gavin Newsom? Why your whole aim, your whole game is to sabotage President Trump's administration. Even Californians are like, bro, like I'm reading through this guy's comments on social media, and everybody's saying it would be better when you are out of office. It's the same thing with the mayor of Chicago. Everybody is saying that this is what we want, but the leader is saying, no, this is what you should want. The people decides what they want. It's a government of the people. Okay? And this is what these leaders are not understanding. When you are in office, your main priority should be listening to your people, listening to what the people are talking about. What do you want? Like, this is why, like, This is why Trump won the election, because he's talking to the people, and people are saying, we want a secure border. And you know what he does? He says, that's what you're going to get. The people are saying, we want affordable gas prices. And you know what he said? That's what you're going to get. The people are saying, you know what? The grocery prices is just out of hand. You know what he says? That's what you're going to get. But these guys, their people are saying, we don't want illegal immigration in our city. Guess what they're going to say? Well, we have to embrace humanity. We have to embrace brotherhoods. Like, what are you talking about? Fundamental human rights, everybody. That's what they're going to say. We have to understand the fundamental human rights. These people are going through BS in their country. So let us open our hands to them. Okay, we have more than enough in America. Nope. Americans deserve a better life as well. There are people in the United States that work 2, 3, 4 jobs and still find it hard to pay their bills and still find it hard to meet ends meet. Like, come on, man. Listen to the people. You are a public servant. Serve the public. Serve the people. I mean, he comes from a very wealthy family. He definitely comes from a very wealthy family. So William Alfred Newsom III was born February 15, 1934, and he passed away December 12, 2018. He was an American judge, administrator of the Getty Family Trust, and the father of California Governor Gavin Newsom. So his father was a very influential person and definitely a wealthy man. So Gavin came from money. He's a wealthy man. Okay. Nancy Pelosi is his auntie. So he has known money all of his lives. So all of his life, he really doesn't understand the people. And I mean, I'm not saying like the criteria to understand people is by being poor or broke or whatever. But if you cannot bring yourself down to actually shake people's hands and listen to people and say, you know what? I hear you. I'm listening to you. I'm going to do what you want because I am here to serve you. And this is what these people don't understand. And this is why they're going to lose and keep losing. This is why the Democrats are going to lose. Anyway, shout out to Luke. Shout out to Luke. We just had another member. Shout out to Luke for joining the membership. Shout out to Luke one more time. God bless you, Luke. God bless you. Thank you for being a member of the channel. You are amazing. Luke, God bless you. All right. Shout out to Ellie. Shout out to the Ring Master. And shout out to Luke. Shout out to this great and extraordinary gentleman and maybe women. Okay. But I do know for a fact that Ellie, the Ring Master, and Luke are now part and members of the channel. God bless you. Let's get it. Gavin Newsom.
The change, the voters spoke loudly up as it relates to the 2 recalls in the region. Our commitments remain as it relates to supporting those complex cases in the Alameda County DA's office. We want to continue those partnerships with the state's Department of Justice. We want to continue to support supplementing the efforts here, but in return, we need to see subsequent reforms here in Oakland that specifically address your issue. And as it relates to the smash and grabs, again, outside the purview of Prop 36, important that this is part of the conversation for the public. Those are included specifically as it relates to the package of bills that the legislature advanced and I signed in August of this year, the vast majority of which go into effect on January 1st in the new year.
Mr. Governor, good morning to you on this Friday. It's Eitan Wallace here with Nexstar Media stations across California. First question is from our affiliate down in Bakersfield in Kern County, NBC KGET 17 and Telemundo Bakersfield. They just want to know overall, how are you feeling about the operations down there in Kern County with CHP? I know you mentioned that a little bit. How is it going in Bakersfield?
It's going very well, again, in the spirit of collaboration and partnership. The mayor, Mayor Go, has been a great partner to us. The county has been very supportive, and Kern, the sheriff's office, local law enforcement have embraced and supported these operations. We consistently, I think we refer to as Takedown Tuesdays, update the public as it relates to the details of those efforts. And unsurprisingly in Bakersfield, as was mentioned, we just had a private meeting with folks. Many may be surprised. Bakersfield and Kern County consistently remain the most dangerous parts of our state. Last 5 or so, maybe 5 out of 6 years, within a margin, I believe I'm accurate, the murder capital of California. And so it's incredibly important that these partnerships succeed, and I'm very, very prideful of the local support we've received.
Thank you so much. And this follow-up question, a little bit off topic. Just last time I saw you, well, one of the last times in Colusa County, I just asked you, based on your podcast, Politic, and I know you had said on that podcast that you had tried to reach out to President-elect Donald Trump, and that was unsuccessful. Any update there? Also, just a quick follow-up on the last time I also saw you. You had told me that you were thinking maybe the upcoming budget presentation in January might be a State of the State.
Yeah.
How is that coming? So sorry, two questions.
I'm still thinking the same way. I think the viewership likely will be down this year if I do another 2-hour budget presentation. I'm not sure it was ever particularly high, the 2-hour budget presentation. So I thought I would perhaps do everybody a favor by collapsing them into one presentation, which I'm looking forward to doing in a week or so. As it relates to the president, we haven't had a chance to discuss, and we haven't had a chance to talk, forgive me, since his election to office.
Hi, Governor. See a lot of people in the chat saying that they are sort of scared. I see a lot of people in the chat saying that they are sort of kind of like scared of Gavin Newsom being the presidential nominee for the Democrat Party. 100%. He is going to be the presidential nominee for the Democratic Party. However, or for the Democrat Party. However, if Trump does what he's supposed to do, which I highly believe he's going to, it's going to be almost impossible for Gavin Newsom to win a presidential election in 2028 or 2032. Matter of fact, any Democrat person to win in 2028 and 2032. Because who are they going to run against? Gavin Newsom is probably going to be running against Ron DeSantis, or because they already had, and don't forget, Ron DeSantis and Gavin Newsom already had a debate, and I'm guessing that is the same debate they're going to have in 2028. Who remembers? These guys already had a debate. Okay, so DeSantis versus Newsom, probably going to be 2028. All right. Or Newsom versus J.D. Vance. And when Trump delivers and he runs against J.D. Vance, I don't see how he's going to win. It's just almost impossible.
Leah Russell from Sacramento Bee. I have a couple questions. First, going back to Prop 36, how do you respond to local leaders, for example, Sacramento officials who claim that they are already getting results after charging retail theft suspects under the new proposition, given that you proposed it?
I think that's fabulous. By the way, they'll have many more tools with the 12 bills that the state passed that are much broader, nuanced, and more inclusive than the 1 or 2 specific components as it relates to retail theft and Prop 36. Again, Prop 36 tended to differentiate itself from the work the legislature already had done. In this regard, it has much more to do with nonviolent drug possession, up to 3 years felony and state mandatory prison sentences if drug treatment on demand is not successfully provided. The challenge is it locks in a requirement, but it locks out money because at the same time it cuts drug treatment money for local government. That's a conundrum for local municipalities, and one that I'm very concerned about and will continue to remain concerned about. And therein lies my concern and opposition to that initiative, not on the retail theft side. Quite the contrary. We went back to 2021 when we established this new task force and framework. Hundreds of millions of dollars have invested in this space in a much more comprehensive approach to addressing these issues in those package of bills. So I applaud any effort to address the issue of retail theft. I've been applauding that for years and years, and I'm very grateful to the work of the California Highway Patrol in particular of advancing those efforts.
And switching topics, the HUD's point-in-time count came out today showing the highest recorded population of homelessness nationwide. It looks like about 2/3 of our population here in California is unhoused. How do you respond to that, given your support for grants passed?
I haven't had a chance to review the details, but I do understand this important detail, that you saw nationwide increase. It was one of the most substantial we've seen in decades. I think 18.13%, 3.13% here in the state of California. We've seen a significant decline in the growth in the state of California. And on the unsheltered side, I think it was statistically flat at 0.45%. So progress, as well as on the sheltered side, up 8.9%. That is a very good statistic as it relates to the work we're doing to get people sheltered and to get people the support that they deserve. 40 states saw larger increases than California. We're making progress, but we have to continue to do more. And that progress, again, in the spirit that brings me back to Oakland, is realized locally. States provided unprecedented support, flexibility. Local government has to deliver. Here in Oakland, across the state, hundreds of cities, time to step up, address the issue of encampments, address the issue of tents, address what's happening on the streets and sidewalks. It's about quality of life. It's about public safety. The people of the state have spoken loudly. They want to see results, no more rhetoric, no more press conferences. They want to see results. They want to see them tangibly, and they want to see our efforts done in a way that's consistent with the values that we hold dear in our state.
Thank you.
Hi, Governor. Valina Jones with NBC Bay Area. Obviously, a lot of pressure being put on the police commission here in Oakland. Do you have a sense of the timeline of when they could take action to change that policy?
Last September. I mean, sense of urgency now. I'm working here on a holiday weekend to be. They can call a special session. I don't know what the vernacular is for the police commission, but a special meeting. They can do so with urgency, with focus, conviction to address the issue at hand, the crisis at hand. I would expect and demand that they do of sorts, and the demand comes with this, not a closed fist, but an open hand of support, but that cannot continue in an open way it has in the past without expecting something in return. So I hope the police commission can move, and I may move, if I may, from this mic and ask two city council members that are here what their thoughts.
And that's true. That's true. So I also saw that interview of Californians, actually people who moved from states like Texas, Georgia, Tennessee, Virginia. They're like, yo, I moved from Louisiana, I moved from Missouri just to get $600 from the state of California and get a tent and get a phone and get all of this money, food stamp or whatever. And it's like, so people are actually moving into California to get free money and to just claim homelessness. How is that even possible? I mean, if you're getting paid $600 a month, you don't have bills, you don't have to pay rent, you don't have to pay electricity bill. Bro, you're chilling. You can take trips on homelessness.
Thoughts may be. This is called putting them on the spot.
So, Councilmember Jenkins here in September, Councilmember Reed and I sent something to the Police Commission asking them to review the policy. They did not do any substantial changes. So what's happened as of late, Councilmember-elect Houston and I, we've spoken with the city administrator. The city administrator is going to help the OPD chief come up with a policy, and that will go to the police commission. As the governor said, we need this with urgency. We don't want our police chasing folks for jaywalking, but we do want a balanced approach. And with a new council coming on, 4 new council members, overwhelmingly, there is support for changing this policy in an urgent manner.
Councilmember Ken Houston-elect, the governor has shown support. He had an open hand and a closed fist at the same time. We need change. Change is coming. Change is coming. We have the leadership of Kevin Jenkins, and we are going to support. We're going to ask the police commission, enough is enough.
Yeah, he's definitely on something. I ain't gonna cap. He's definitely on something. Is that a she or a shim or they? He's probably a they or a she.
The governor said, Oaklanders have spoken.
There we go.
We have spoken. We want public safety. We want change. At the same time, we want embracement.
Mm-hmm.
I'm here. I'm not a politician, but I'm definitely going to take the leadership of Kevin Jenkins and the leadership of our great governor. He is a community partner. He is partners. He showed his dedication and urgency. It's urgency. Oakland deserves better.
Yeah, he's on something.
And then, Governor, I'll just follow up on that. If there is not urgency taken, what is your concern about the impacts that Oakland will see after we've had this huge reduction in crime?
Well, look, I don't want to be threatening here. I care too much about this community, but things have to change, and so we're going to. I'm what you just heard gives me confidence. What the voters did, I hope, gives everybody a little bit of backbone as well, to recognize the public's behind them if they pursue change. And this is one of many things we can be doing, and no one's naive here. And I appreciate, I'm a former mayor, I deeply understand bottom up, not top down, one size doesn't fit all, the notion of cultural competency, investing in community building, investing in alternatives and opportunities and prevention, all of those things continue and need to continue, and we want to do what we can as a state to support them. At the same time, we've got to stop the bleeding. And that's what this is about. It's about a pattern interrupt. And we've been doing it. We've seen success. We want to continue to see that success, and we'll see more success with this policy change. I think it will be very, very impactful. Otherwise, we wouldn't be pursuing it. We wouldn't be demanding it. We wouldn't be calling for it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Sarah Ravani from the San Francisco Chronicle. I have 2 questions. One, a technical question.
That's another thing. Like when President Xi Jinping went to California governor and the administration in California, the government cleaned up everything. They cleaned up the poop. They cleaned up every trash on the streets in California, Los Angeles, right? Or San Francisco. It was pristine. You would think you were in Dubai. Okay? You would think you were in Dubai. Yet, as soon as he left, everything went back to normal. Dirty. Why? Why is that?
How many CHP officers are operating in Oakland as part of the surge?
Well, we always do estimates because we don't want to preview in detail, but our surges tend to run about 20 to 30 officers, plus or minus, depending on the unannounced surges. We've got a baseline of additional 14 on top of, again, existing support that's already provided with the CHP in Oakland. That's on top of that. We've got K-9 units, we've got investigative units on commercial, on retail. All of those, again, additional supplementary supports.
My next question might be for Councilmember Jenkins in Houston, but if the police commission declines to take the chief's proposed policy into consideration, is there anything the council can do to compel them or to demand it, I guess?
Yeah. So the police commission has 120 days once OP.
This guy on sweatsuit or whatever this is, a jacket, a black jacket. This guy on the right or on your left, I don't know. It's like, why is he looking like that?
He has a new policy. If they don't take it up, it becomes the policy, whatever the chief had put in. If they disagree with the policy, then it's kicked up to council, and council will get to decide.
Thank you.
And again, they're not reinventing the wheel here. Again, Oakland's an extreme outlier. Hundreds and hundreds of cities operate with very different pursuit policy, all of them different nuance, different policy frameworks. There's a statewide organization called POST, which is our police officer standards and training group that lays out best practices. So those menu options exist and alternatives persist in other jurisdictions, including almost every single jurisdiction in this region. So this is not something that's particularly complicated. It's just a question of commitment and urgency. Forgive me.
Thank you, Governor. Da from KPIX, the CBS affiliate here in San Francisco. Just want to follow up and clarify, too, if the conditions are met in the change in policies, the pursuit policy, how much longer would you guys commit yourself to here? Is there a carrot that you're dangling in front of City Council to get them to change their policy?
Full transparency, I have folks here said, give them 30 days and that's it, period, we're done. People are frustrated. We put out a letter in July of last year and they turned their back. They didn't change the policy. They had a chance in September to move the policy, they didn't do it. My folks said, we're done. I said, hold on, I care too much, again, about Oakland. This is not just me preening here. I mean it, I'm serious. And so I didn't do it. I didn't take their advice. But I'm going to lose support, some of my folks, because they're getting requests all across the state, and we have active partners all across the state that have stepped up. I can't turn my back on them either. So this is not open-ended. We need to see the change. And again, this is not the job. The California Highway Patrol is not the job to supplement. Folks in Vallejo, don't think. I just want the folks in Vallejo to know, you're not getting the CHP to do the work of local law enforcement. I think there's some speculation. They think somehow, well, the state's going to come in and provide this support for free. They have a lot of empty, vacant positions, which I guess they get budget savings. And instead of contracting, for example, with the sheriff's office in the county, they're hoping to get the state to do it for free. We're not going to be in that business.
Oh, really?
We are in the business of support, and you see what we're doing in Vallejo. We're supporting the Alameda County Sheriff, or rather the Solano Sheriff. And we appreciate Solano Sheriff's partnership with the CHP. We appreciate the acting police commissioner who's in good faith working with the California Highway Patrol. But again, we have our limits. Forgive the long-windedness of the response.
And lastly, Barbara Lee well. There are a lot of labor folks who are urging her to run, but there are some folks who are concerned about a Ron Dellums 2.0. Your thoughts, since you know her really well?
I love Ron Dellums, but that's just personal. I miss him. What a legend.
The question is...
I got soft feelings for Ron, but I have no opinion about what you should do here in Oakland as it relates to the mayor's race. As a former candidate and a former mayor myself, I'm sensitive to those local decisions, and I'll leave it to the folks here. That was the case with the recall as well, and we did our best to work in partnership with the former district attorney in Alameda County. That showed its limits, and I think the public spoke. We worked with the former mayor. She embraced a lot of the reforms, and we were grateful for that, but people clearly wanted to move in a different direction. And so we want to support that shift in direction, but I'm not here necessarily shape shift where that direction ultimately should go as it relates to determination of your next mayor.
Thank you. Saddam Al-Wayu with Univision. Good afternoon. The question is a little bit off topic, given this effort of multi-jurisdiction. Drugs have been one of the issues here in the Bay Area. What is the effort that the state has been doing to stop the transport of large quantities to the Bay Area and within the Bay Area? Because District Attorney from San Francisco has stated that most or a big part of the drugs that is sold and bought in San Francisco come from Alameda County, especially Oakland, and is being transported there.
Well, the Deputy Commissioner may talk about this more. One of the things I'm very prideful when I talked about that Swiss Army knife, as I was referring to the California Highway Patrol, one of the significant achievements of the California Highway Patrol is the partnership they formed with the National Guard and other local jurisdictions, including a lot of our federal jurisdictions, as it relates to addressing the issue of multinational issues related to transnational, drug interdiction, particularly as it relates to fentanyl. I was down at the border recently highlighting 392 National Guard men and women that have been working down at that border in partnership with Border Patrol, but also in partnership with state agencies and local agencies to address some of that flow that you describe within the state of California. We update the success of that operation on a consistent basis, and perhaps the Deputy Commissioner could talk a little bit more granularly, without getting into too much detail, about how some of those partnerships are advanced, particularly in this region.
Thank you, Governor. One of the major ways we focus on that is through combating crime, is through our canine officers who are trained to detect drugs. We have one of the largest canine operations in the state. Some of our canine dogs are currently trained to detect fentanyl, but others are not. So every single narcotics officer in the state of California with the CHP is going to be trained to detect fentanyl. Additionally, with that, it's the intelligence gathering and sharing that happens up and down the state, and it's the training of our officers so that the road patrol officer is able to detect indications of not only drug use but drug transportation. And additionally, with that, we've started a pilot program down in Southern California at the truck scales where large quantities of drugs come through, of having dogs at the scales for the detection of the large quantities that come through, not on any set time or any set schedule, because you don't want those who are involved in the transportation to be aware of when it may happen. And so working together, we feel that we can help to drive down that. And you see the work that has been done in San Francisco, kilos and kilos and kilos of fentanyl taken off the street.
Okay. We've heard you. So do something about it. Look, this is what I don't appreciate. If you have the power to get the job done, I don't like complainers, okay? Just get the job done. You've been here for what, 8 years, and you're still complaining? You get the job done now. Okay, New York. The governor of New York, she's getting all the heat. Okay. Probably going to resign.
Joining us now to discuss, New York Congresswoman Claudia Tenney. It's always great to have you and to get your perspective. You know, we're looking at a new year, a new administration, new policies, turning the page on some of the dysfunction, let's say, that we've experienced the last 4 years. But ultimately, you've got governors in our state, for example, Kathy Hochul, that seem less than eager to want to participate and coordinate with somebody like Tom Homan to fix this problem. How are the Republicans going to work with the Democrats to try to make sure that we rid ourselves of at least the criminals that have come over the border illegally?
Yeah, well, thank you, Jackie. Well, this is a complex issue. Obviously, in New York, we have sanctuary cities, we have sanctuary states, we have sanctuary campuses, which completely flaunt the federal and state laws. These are choices by local municipalities to actually not enforce our laws. We also have something in New York called the Green Light Law that actually prohibits local law enforcement from working with ICE and other federal agents to determine our safety, in direct conflict with what the 9/11 report came out with and said local law enforcement needs to work together to keep our communities safer. I will tell you, it's been a very interesting thing in New York that the reporter just cited Section 287G, which allows local law enforcement to work with federal agents. There's one county of New York's 62 counties that has enacted this. That's Rensselaer County. It's run by my dear friend Steve McLaughlin, who's amazing. He is stood up to Cuomo, stood up to Hochul, and is allowing his officers to work to keep his community safe. I will also tell you another thing about Steve McLaughlin. He was the only county that did not allow Cuomo's absolutely deadly nursing home order that allowed COVID positive patients to be put in the nursing homes in Rensselaer County. So he's a standout among New York counties. But they have, the ACLU in New York and Hochul and the Democrats have been fighting Steve McLaughlin over this. And now we have Tom Homan, who's actually hails from my district in New York 24 up in Jefferson County. He is going to be actively pursuing this because think of the cost. It's been $5 billion of New York taxpayer dollars just this past year to house and take care of illegal immigrants on top of $3 billion in the past years. This is going to be something that we're going to have to crack down on. It may require lawsuits. But one thing I will say about the electorate in New York, a lot of Democrats actually voted and leaned towards this border security and toward removing illegal immigrants. So it's going to cost some money, but it's going to be saving money in the long run because of the persistent costs that we have right now.
Congresswoman, you make a great point there because according to DOJ, in their recent study, they claim that American taxpayers in 2023 spent over $150 billion on illegal immigrants. And the price tag, according to Tom Homan, to start these mass deportations is around $86 billion. Is Congress going to be able to get behind that so that we can start these deportations?
Well, look, we got Tom Homan, who's going to be the
And that's just wild, to spend $150 billion on illegal immigration. And Tom Homan is saying, you know what, to start doing our job in a very efficient way, we need over $80 billion. It's a lot of money, definitely. But, I mean, what is the price? The price of not paying or giving Tom Homan what he wants to get the job done is an illegal immigrant setting someone ablaze on the subway in real time, like real life. Okay, this isn't a game. This is real. An illegal immigrant set a woman ablaze on the subway in New York. This is just like, what, 5 days ago? Jesus.
The borders are, and you know what he's going to say to Congress? Doge it. That means get rid of it, terminate it, trim it, whatever. And we're going to have to do that when it comes to all these unnecessary regulations and the pure cost of keeping people who've come here illegally, many of them criminal illegal aliens. Remember, we had some people, we have over 10 billion. I think they've estimated over 2 million, if that we know of, how we have no way to gauge this, of gotaways who could be criminals in this community. We've seen horrific things. The woman that got burned alive by an illegal criminal immigrant on the subway. We've seen, all these, young women raped and murdered across the country. Yes, this is going to be something that we're going to have to doge it on. And I'm really excited about making sure we do that in Congress.
Another similar thing I think that people are looking forward to next year is extending the the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, which was signed into law 7 years ago, but it expires at the end of next year. Are you confident that extending those tax cuts will be a priority and will get done next year?
Oh, they're a priority. I sit on the Ways and Means Committee. Actually, Christmas Day, I was texting with our chairman, Jason Smith, who is gangbusters to save America, and so is President Trump. Every Republican has got to get on board. We may see some Democrats, and we've got to get together and make this happen. It's going to be what's going to bring growth. It's going to unleash American energy. And we've got to do this, I think, combined with border security to make sure we get everyone on board because these tax cuts are going to be negotiated. And we're going to have every single Republican because we can't spare more than one vote to get this passed under what they call reconciliation because we don't have a supermajority in the Senate and we have an even narrower majority in the House. So this is what's going to drive the economy for President Trump very rapidly. Tax cuts, cutting needless regulations through dodging it, and also dealing with the border problem and making sure that happens. And then finally, unleashing American energy to bring us back to prosperity and common sense. I'm really excited, but the Republicans must stick together to make this happen and to save America and to help the American people.
Well, the Democrats always did under Nancy.
And that's the main deal, okay? The main deal here is for the Republican Party to stick together and focus on the benefits of sticking together and making sure that they do the bidding for the legendary, the 45th, now the 47th president-elect. Because if they don't, they are going to sabotage this guy's presidency, okay? At the end of the day, everybody wants, well, we want the legend, Trump, to have a very successful next 4 years, because if he does have a successful term, in turn, we have a soft life, okay? It's just what it is. You have a soft life, you have affordability, you have money in your pocket, extra money in your pocket to take trips and do stuff. But if he's not successful, because they're trying to sabotage him at every chance and step of the way they get, it's just going to be a bunch of BS. But this is why Republicans needs to stick together, because if they don't, in the next 2 years, we don't know if they're going to have Congress or the House anymore. So stick together. You have this 2 years to get the job done. At the minimum, do what you're supposed to do. Stick together, regardless, and let this man do his job. Okay? Let him do his job. Still on border, man. Let's go. Still on the border.
Artel Cueto. So, this upfront cost, then you remove the flying costs of migrants to wherever they want to go, the housing them. You heard Tom Homan say that, giving them food, clothes, as well as paying health care. Does it?
Oh, okay. So it's $86 billion to start deportation operations. $86 billion. That's a lot. However, it's like, if New York has spent over $150 billion on illegal immigration, yeah, $86 billion ain't nothing.
It balance out in the long run.
How much money have we spent to defend someone else's borders? That's what we need to really ask ourselves. Is it worth spending money to defend our own borders? And at the end, it's going to take a group effort at the same time. There's local sheriff departments that have been very vocal about assisting and helping a lot of these individuals and helping so they can detain them and use their detention facilities. So, if they're going to have to help out some as well, and I know it costs money, but maybe what some of these local sheriffs are asking for to house the individuals isn't really what they need either. I've heard it up in excess of $300 a day that some of the local sheriffs have been asking to detain and house some of these illegal aliens that are getting arrested. Maybe it doesn't take $300, but at the end of the day, we need to ask ourselves that question. How much money is too much to defend our freedoms, to defend the future of America, and how much have we already spent to defend someone else's borders?
So, as you know, certain Democrat leaders are vowing to resist Trump's agenda, especially when it comes to deportations. For example, California Governor Gavin Newsom reportedly considering ways to help illegal migrants before President-elect Trump gets into office. What do you think about that?
It's frustrating because they're not asking to help, migrants. They're asking to help illegal migrants. So what they're actually doing, and it shouldn't be anything to do with a political party. The drug cartels, the human smugglers have lined their pockets with tons of money under the last 4 years. It's not about a political party. It's about the future of America. And what they're doing is they're trying to bring forth policies and laws to defend criminals. They're trying to come forth with policies and laws so there's no consequences for individuals that are committing crimes. I think it's very frustrating. It's angering, and it is a slap in the face to the American public.
And we're starting to see some of these crimes in very public ways. Oregon's Attorney General creating a bilingual sanctuary toolkit in anticipation of Trump and Homan's likely crackdown on illegal immigration. The toolkit includes questions such as, how do I prepare myself and my family for encounters with ICE or federal immigration authorities? And is there a place I can call to report ICE or other federal immigration authorities active in my community right now? It's working against what the nation wants, right?
Right, and it's frustrating because they're not saying, hey, we're going to have an area where you can report them if they're committing something wrong, right? Which that should always happen. There's always been transparency. If law enforcement commits, some crime or they violate somebody's rights, there's a process for that. What they're saying is they want to put together some kind of information as a heads up. Pretty much as bad as the spotters are on the border when they're, they're doing spotting on Border Patrol agents when they're trying to catch groups. That's what they're doing. Once again, leadership in this country, in certain areas, they're providing a playbook to help out the criminal to go against law enforcement. And that is just angering to actually see.
And quickly, in 15 seconds, I want to get back to the numbers or the cost here. We had 9 million illegal immigrants encountered at the southern border. We don't have a total cost, do we, for how much that has already cost our taxpayers?
They don't. And again, we don't have a total cost on how much money a lot of these groups are sending outside of the country. That's another thing that they need to look at. And who's making all the money and who's getting their pockets lined? It's the cartels. Enough's enough. The law's coming. And we need to start enforcing our nation's laws. And there has to be consequences for criminals and the crimes they're committing.
Artel Cueto, thank you for your time. I appreciate it. And your representation of those folks.
Thank you for tuning in to the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy Genesis. Yes, sir. All right, everybody, double tap your screens and consider subscribing to the channel. And also, thank you to the new members of the YouTube channel. Shout out to Ellie. Shout out to The Ring Master. And shout out to Luke. God bless you guys for being a member of the channel. You guys rock. You guys are the best. All right, with that being said, what is going on CNN? Okay. The fake ones. All right.
That, and you have confidence in that. There's a lot of concern from some of your fellow Republicans on the Hill of how to make what they're promising and what they're outlining into a reality.
Right, and that's the real challenge, right? Because previous presidents have talked about efficiency in government and where this all goes. You got to actually make it happen. And my argument to the Republicans on the Hill here are, America has stood up in 24 and say they want to break through the establishment, the traditional bubble of Washington, D.C. They want a little bit of disruption. They want some fiscal sanity. And the way I put it is they want to ensure that compact with America, that families have to balance a budget, Washington has to balance a budget. And that reinstills some of the trust that this place has lost. Now, Elon, I think, is very unique in that he's an engineer. I'm obviously very partial to engineers. He's always looking for efficiency and redesigning a system. You have to know how the system works, right? Otherwise, you're just going to be a lot of talk and nothing's going to move on the Hill. So he's got to build a team around him that understands what can be done with executive order, what can be done on the Hill. And it's about structural. If you just say, we're going to cut a program here and cut a program there and find efficiency in defense, that's fine, but it's fleeting. What they want to do in their opportunity with the political momentum of this election is to build something lasting with a balanced budget amendment, taking on, maybe not tomorrow, but understanding the challenges of Social Security are real. I mean, everyone's Social Security benefits get cut 17%.
But Trump's already saying he's not going to touch Social Security.
And that's the challenge, getting over that political hump to get folks on the Hill to say, either we deal this in the crisis of 8 years from now, or we deal with it in a more constructive way today.
So you think that the incoming president is wrong when he says take entitlements, Medicare and Social Security, which, as you know, make up the vast majority of the budget, that they should be on the table?
They should be on the table. It doesn't mean they have to do it tomorrow, but they at least have to think constructively. Okay, we'll set up a commission, we'll set up guidelines, we'll set up metrics to say we're going to achieve.
Wow, you're really sounding Washington.
It is, but they need to start somewhere, right? Nobody even wants to touch this third rail. My argument is the American people, that's old way of thinking. The American people are saying, touch it, do it, fix this thing, because we don't want our benefits cut, we don't want Medicare to disappear.
Donald Trump added nearly $8 trillion to the national debt in his first term. What makes you think it's going to be different this time?
A little. I'm cautiously optimistic for a couple of reasons. Number one, I don't think he understood how Congress really fundamentally worked in 2017 and 2018. And the reasons Republicans lost in 2018, because they talked a big game and got nothing done. I think there's a different team he surrounded himself with, a little more professional of a team within the White House itself. He's built a lot of better coalitions. He's more established in terms of the political aspects of what he wants to do on the Hill, and he has outsiders. And as much as people say, well, Elon is a billionaire outsider, first, I don't mind that they're billionaires. I like people that are successful. Where's the difference whether they're a billionaire or broke? I'd rather have someone successful. And I like that it's an outsider and an engineer and not a politician and not looking for anything out of the game.
He's not that much of an outsider. In fact, one of the criticisms and the concerns is that he has billions of dollars tied up in government contracts. You don't see a conflict of interest here?
Everyone has a conflict of interest
But
at
that's
some
like
level.
a pretty big one.
The guy's worth $450 billion as of today and this month. So I don't think he's doing it for the money. He's doing it for the bigger project and the bigger vision of America.
Facts.
He doesn't need the dollars. He really doesn't. So it's not about, oh, if I get involved in this, I'll get another little contract here or there. That's nothing to him. So I like the fact that he's, in a way, he's so rich, he's so removed from the potential financial influence of it. But this is a car crash.
And this is the thing, like, this guy is Jeff Bezos and Bill Gates combined rich. All right. This is wealth. Wealth. All right. He is richer than Jeff Bezos or Jeff Bezos and Bill Gates combined. Do you know the amount of wealth financially that is? That is just unfathomable. It's like, what? How can you be this financially rich? How? Jeff Bezos and Bill Gates combined is not worth what Elon Musk is. It is incredible what that man has done. And just to think about 10, 15 years ago, we never thought about Elon Musk as, top 3 richest people alive. Now he's by far richer than Bill Gates and Jeff Bezos combined. Incredible.
If you will, of financial crises coming. We pay about $1 trillion in debt this year. It goes to about $1.8 trillion in 10 years because our rates are so high now. So when those interest payments come due, $1.8 trillion, Social Security, Medicare, but you got to find efficiencies in government. You got to deregulate. You have to, they want to move Department of Agriculture out to the Midwest. I think that's great. They want to massively downsize the Department of Education and block grant back to the states. My big argument here is states have already found all these efficiencies that Washington's talking about. We've already done it.
Yeah.
Just copy.
Somebody in the chat says Elon Musk's net worth is about 200 billion plus. Nope. His net worth is over 400 billion plus. Okay. Go check 2024 today. His net worth is over 400 billion plus. And also, I predict that by the time Trump is finishing his term in 2028, this guy is probably going to be the first human being, to reach $1 trillion. This is my predictions, okay? His company's Tesla is already over $1 trillion. Like, Tesla is, by now in 2024, probably the most valuable car company, more than Toyota, more than goddamn Honda and Nissan combined. And he just started. This is amazing because he is an innovator. He innovates. Okay. Take a look at Cybertruck. A lot of people say, well, Cybertruck is trash. People love it. People are buying Cybertruck in droves. People are ordering Cybertrucks, customizing their Cybertruck. Like, Elon Musk makes it feel like Back to the Future is actually going to be our future. Like, we would have a flying car. Because this guy, he makes it interesting. He makes life fun. He's like, let's do something that excites people. And he says if he happens to delve into the phone business where he makes phones, it's over for Apple. Apple knows. Like, I'm sure they're like paying him or subsidizing him and saying, look, don't get into phone business, because if Elon Musk gets into phone business, yeah, it's over.
Pete.
I want to sort of talk big picture, more kind of philosophy. You did not support Donald Trump in the primary, as I mentioned. You said he didn't represent the Republican Party. He's old. He says crazy things. He doesn't have a strong record. What do you think now?
Yeah, look, I mean, not my first choice and not my second or third or fourth choice within the primary process, but obviously he won the primary. I never take back a single thing I've ever said. I think, in terms of moving the party forward, there were a lot of other great candidates that were out there. He won the primary, he won the nomination, and he won the vote handily of the American people. He's got to come through, right? At this point, it's about delivering. I think this term will be fundamentally different than the first term for a variety of reasons. He's not in his 5th year as president. He's kind of in his 9th, if you will, especially as leader of the party and the voice of the party. And all of that centers around being that disruption. People didn't vote for him because of his policies. They voted for him because he's still seen as an outside influence to disrupt, to break the establishment.
On immigration, I would think that maybe they.
Oh, no, sure. I mean, but it wasn't. That was more of a. They were voting against Kamala's policies on immigration, on open borders, on defunding the police, on all that kind of stuff. And that's where the Democrats kind of have lost it.
How do you fit in with the sort of MAGA Republican Party? You're not MAGA.
No, but I think most of the I don't like those labels.
Shout out to Luke. Luke says this lady twists everything. Absolutely, she does. And it's like, you're not MAGA. I don't know why they call it MAGA. Of course, it is Make America Great Again. But I wish people would just say MAGA is Make America Great Again instead of saying the MAGA people. So you're saying essentially that Make America Great Again people. If you say that way, it's different than saying the MAGA people. Instead of just saying the MAGA people, say the Make America Great Again. Make America Great Again people. And it's like, oh, shoot. Let's make America great again. I want to make America great again. Okay? Because everybody wants America to be great. And that's just the facts. So if you say MAGA truly means make America great again, then it's like, maybe I am MAGA. It's like, maybe I am Make America Great Again. Okay. Maybe I'm part of the plan. Okay. Make America Great Again.
The vast majority of Republicans have galvanized around their candidate to break through this kind of establishment here in D.C. We've always been a spectrum in the party. We've had moderates, we've had fiscal conservatives and social moderates and social conservatives. It's a huge spectrum, and it's a big tent, and it will be. It will continue to be. Trump is Trump. There's no Trump light. There's no Trump 2.0 coming up. I always say that Trump is who he is, because he's built up himself in the American psyche for 40 years. I mean, really, since the 80s.
Has he permanently changed your party?
Oh, no. No, definitely not.
You think it's going to bounce back to sort of regular conservatism and not the
I think there's a lot more
populism?
Of that hardcore regular conservatism already in there, frankly. That traditional conservatism is already in there. He brings a different style to it, which I have a lot of issues with at times, to be sure. But fundamentally, on principle, they're still right there. The bigger DNA problem is with the Democrat Party.
You were governor during
Yeah, that's wrong. He's absolutely wrong when it comes to what he just said. The statement he just made saying the Republican Party is going to go back to what? But go back to what, though? You're not going back anywhere because Trump has changed the landscape of politics in the United States. As a matter of fact, he's changed the landscape of the Republican Party, the way voters see political candidate. He has changed it. He is absolutely a maverick, okay? He has changed absolutely everything when it comes to voting, when it comes to listening to your political leaders. You have to be authentic to change it, like the way he did. And nobody can change what Trump has done. And once in a while, some people come along and they cause an uproar. I think Trump is that person. And I don't see anybody like Trump in the Republican Party in the next 8 to 12 years. Nobody's going to come. I think Vivek would try. JD definitely not. JD is not another Trump. I think Vivek is sort of kind of, he is Trumpy. Okay, if that's a word. He is Trumpy, but not exactly Trump. Vivek is the only thing that is close to what Trump is, the kind of breed Trump is, but still not Trump. Ron DeSantis, J.D. Vance, they're not. Nah, they're not. So the combination that I would like to see, the combo I would like to see in 2032 is Vivek, Tulsi Gabbard. I don't want Vivek or Tulsi Gabbard to go again for 2028. Or Vivek, because Tulsi didn't go anywhere for 2028. She was in 2024, she was Democrat. Now she's a Republican. So I want J.D. Vance and maybe Ron DeSantis to go for 2028. But for 2032, I want Vivek and Tulsi Gabbard. That would be a dangerous combination.
Donald Trump's first term, you tangled a bit. As you leave and your fellow Republican Kelly Ayotte takes over, what's your advice to her on how to deal with him?
Yeah, I've never worried about dealing with Trump. As governor, I focus on New Hampshire. We call it the 603, the live free or die state. Do right by the people of New Hampshire. Call the balls and strikes like you see them. Give credit where credit is due and call criticism where that's due as well. And if you're fair and even-keeled about it, not mean-spirited and not doing it for political purpose, people understand it, they'll galvanize behind it, and you take care of what you got to take care of, which is the 1.5 million people in New Hampshire.
What's next for you?
I don't know. I left a resume off at the front desk. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know. Private sector. I'm excited to go into the private sector, but believe me, I'll still be itching.
Here it is. Why is there nothing on it?
Okay, is that Floridian? I don't know. It looks like. Well, yeah, I don't want to be the bearer of bad news.
I want to get your take on what could happen in foreign affairs. I know that there's been a lot of conversation about the hostages in Gaza. Do you expect that Hamas and the terrorists will unleash those hostages, send them back to America as President Trump takes office?
Well, President Trump has been very clear, Maria, and we have needed this clear-eyed leadership that there will be all hell to pay in the Middle East, and especially targeted on Hamas if we don't see Americans alive. President Trump is going to lead. He did this in his first term. That around the world, everybody needs to be on notice. If you touch the hair on an American's head, there is going to be consequences so severe you better think twice. Because unfortunately, for too long, there's been nothing but upside for taking Americans hostage. They just take one and see what they can get. And what they're going to get from Donald Trump is nothing but pain and severe consequences.
President-elect Trump's incoming national security advisor, Michael Waltz, talking to Maria last week. Let's bring in Ambassador Robert O'Brien, Trump's former national security advisor. Really do appreciate joining us, Ambassador. I want to start off and talk about China, because you look at most of the issues around the world, it's somehow they start bumping into China. So the president's going to take a very different approach than Joe Biden. I mean, we just saw pictures of Joe Biden coddling up to help do business with Hunter Biden, for goodness sake. How is Trump going to deal with things differently with China? What's at the top of the agenda?
Well, Happy New Year, Jason. Thank you for having me on. Look, I think you just saw one of the President Trump's great decisions during the transition was appointing Mike Waltz to be the new National Security Advisor. Mike's going to be a terrific NSA. He's going to bring strength back. He's a former Green Beret. And between Mike Waltz and President Trump, you're not going to have the foreign dictators and terrorists pushing America around the way they have the last 4 years. And that goes to Hamas. I mean, the fact that Iran and Hamas have taken all these American hostages, that on October 7th, they killed 40 Americans in the October 7th attack and have faced no repercussions for it. In fact, we've been paying Iran ransom for hostages and doing sanctions relief on Iran. And Tony Blinken's been having tea with the Hamas leaders in Doha. So that's all going to end when President Trump comes into power.
Badly.
And what I've said is that the Hamas leaders, both in Gaza and outside of Gaza, if they don't release the American hostages, my guess is they're going to end up like Baghdadi with a Belgian Malinois military working dog chasing them down a tunnel, and that'll be the last thing they see in their life if they don't let those American hostages go. And the fact that you've got President Trump and Mike Waltz saying that, openly, watch out, Hamas, if you don't let those Americans, if you don't free the Americans immediately.
I also want to ask you about China's role in the Panama Canal, because almost seemingly out of nowhere, you've got Donald Trump talking about the Panama Canal. I didn't see many stories written about that last year. Why the sudden urgency in taking on the Panama Canal?
Well, Jason, as you know, the Panama Canal is one of the engineering achievements of the last millennia, and we built it, we paid for it, and we operated it for many years. And then in a tremendous act of generosity, it was probably foolish, Jimmy Carter gave the canal back to the Panamanians. But it wasn't just a free gift. There are conditions that the canal remain neutral. And so what the Panamanians have done, and generally we love the Panamanians, they're good people, they're friends of America. but they gave the ports on both ends of the canal to the Chinese. And even the New York Times is saying, which has been an apologist for China for years, is saying that the Chinese are committing espionage, or they could shut down the canal without military efforts, just using these Hong Kong companies that control the canal. And then on top of that, they're raising the prices on American shipping. So 75% of the commerce that goes to the canal ends up at American ports or departs from American ports, and they're ripping us off. And so the idea that they've
This is why I fully support. This is why I fully support uh, President-elect Donald J. Trump concerning the Panama Canal. In case people don't know, Panama Canal was first attempted to be built by the France, and they couldn't build it because their men were dying of malaria and yellow fever and a lot of crazy diseases, and they didn't have enough investment to finish the Panama Canal. So this was the 1800s. So what happened? In 1900s, the United States took over and they completed it, they built it, they made sure it was Gucci. Okay, they made sure it was good to go. And in 1914, it was open for business, or it was commissioned. And it's like, and if I may add, the United States lost 38,000 people building the canal. Because don't forget, the French couldn't complete it because their men were dying of malaria and yellow fever. So they didn't have enough men, they didn't have enough investment, so they couldn't finish it. So the United States took it over in the 1900s and they finished it up. So if Trump is saying, you know what, you guys are not respecting the sacrifice of these people that built your Panama Canal that we gave you, and he wants to take it back or take control of the Panama Canal, and then the president of Panama is saying, oh, he needs to go read history books. Man, you better go to Mar-a-Lago and kiss the goddamn ring.
given the canal to China, basically, in essence, and are charging us high prices, and the Chinese are taking that and using that money to build their own military up. That doesn't work for America anymore. We're not going to be chumps. We love the Panamanian people. We're happy to have them run the canal, but they can't, charge exorbitant prices to American taxpayers ultimately and consumers, and they can't let the Chinese have access to both ends of the canal and run the thing. That violates the neutrality provision of the Panama Canal Treaty, under which they got the canal back. So Donald Trump is the first person since Ronald Reagan, and there are so many parallels between Trump and Reagan. I talked about this when I was National Security Advisor on Peace Through Strength. Trump saw what's happening to the canal, and he says, we're not going to put up with it anymore, and the Panamanians can get with the program, or we may have to take the canal back.
Wow. Let's talk about Greenland, because President Trump's also talking actively about Greenland. What's the latest there?
Well, the latest is Greenland is a highway from the Arctic all the way to North America to the United States. It's strategically very important to the Arctic, which is going to be the critical battleground of the future, because as the climate gets warmer, the Arctic is going to be a pathway that maybe cuts down on the usage of the Panama Canal. And the Russians and Chinese are all over the Arctic. Now, the Kingdom of Denmark owns Greenland, and they've got an obligation to defend Greenland. And so President Trump said, if you don't defend Greenland, we'll buy it, and we'll defend it, but we're not going to defend it for free and let you, and not develop Greenland and not extract the minerals and oil and resources of Greenland. And while we defend it, Denmark gets rich, and the King of Denmark, becomes even wealthier. Denmark is now on the front lines of the war against Russia and China. They're like the Baltic states, they're like Poland, because of their vast territory in Greenland. And so they've got to defend Greenland, and if they can't defend it, we're going to have to, and we're not going to do it for free. So the Danes can either put the frigate that's necessary there, they can put the air wings, they can put the missiles in Greenland, and they can put the infantry there that they need to defend the country, just like the Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia are doing in Eastern Europe. Or they can pay us to do it, and we'll do it, but they can cover the cost of the defense. Or if they don't want to do either of those things, they can let us buy Greenland from them, and Greenland can become part of Alaska. I mean, the native people in Greenland are very closely related to the people of Alaska, and we'll make it a part of Alaska. But they can't have it. The U.S. can't defend it for nothing, and the days of the U.S. taxpayer defending Western Europe and and kingdoms in Europe and defending their empire for nothing. Those days are over. And we love the Danish people. They're great. Denmark's a wonderful place. Copenhagen is a wonderful city. But they've got to do their part. They can't have this vast empire and then not defend it and leave it to the U.S. to do it. So we're going to either buy it.
Oh man, this is wild. Trump is talking big talk. This is like big dog conversation right here. Because Putin is trying to get into Ukraine, but now Trump is here. Trump is saying, you know what, we're not going to have that. Xi Jinping is trying to get into Taiwan, and Trump is saying, you know what, we're not going to have that. Trump is saying, Greenland, how much? Okay, this ain't, we're not invading you or nothing. Just name a price, because Denmark, who you happen to be a part of, is not even fulfilling their NATO obligations. Okay, they have 5% quota, they're not even meeting it. So it's like, you're not paying your fair share in NATO, Denmark. How much is Greenland? And as a matter of fact, you need to sell Greenland to us for free so we can cover your debt on NATO. This is the greatest deal I've ever seen.
They're going to defend it, or they can pay us to defend it. But it's no more free riding, even for people we love like the Danes.
Yeah, I love the consistency of President Trump, right? You're not going to just lean on the United States and allow the people of the United States. Why should the people of Tennessee have to pay for everybody's defense around the world, whether it's the Panama Canal or Greenland? Now, one other thing I want to transition to and talk about very briefly, we have a very short amount of time here, but the high-tech sector is very important to our economy. We lead the world in technology development, but again, the Chinese, the spying that's going on, with what's going on with their what they're trying to do to our technology industry, the reports of tapping into our telecoms and trying to extract data there. How is President Trump going to deal with all of those issues as well and put China back in its place?
So, Jason, the competitive advantage that America has, and the reason I tell people in the long run we win and they lose against China, is our tech industry. The Googles, the Apples, the Microsofts, the Twitters, the Netflix. And we may not like them as conservatives, everything they've done, the deplatforming and some of the censorship, although I think that's getting better. But we've got it, they're under a two-prong attack. One from our adversaries of China, which is stealing all the data they can get and stealing our AI technology and taking advantage of us that way. Right. And then you've got the Europeans who are putting these massive fines on the companies because they can't innovate, they can only regulate, they don't have any tech companies of their own. So they're basically putting billion-dollar fines and $10 billion fines on Apple and Google and these big companies and trying to take money from America and transfer it to Europe for nothing. So our tech industry, which is our competitive advantage, that's going to keep America safe and free, is under attack from the Chinese on one hand and the Europeans on the other. President Trump is going to put a stop to it on both sides. Trust me about that on day one.
Adults are back in the White House. Thank you for tuning into the live stream. You know what time it is. It is your boy Genesis, and I will be signing out of the premises, okay? Shout out to Ellie. Shout out to the Ringmaster. Shout out to the legend, Luke. Shout out to Luke. All right. Thank you for being a member of the channel. Shout out to the moderators. Shout out to everybody who tuned in and was a part of the live stream. All right. I hear my daughter screaming in her room. It is currently 1:34 a.m. Your boy gotta go be a daddy. I gotta put my daughter to bed. It is, yeah. She doesn't go to bed early. Okay. She's like me. Anyway, thank you for tuning into the live show. Instead of looking for perfection, seek for consistency. Never give up on yourself. Never give up on your dreams. Never, ever give up on God. Believe in yourself, believe in your dreams, and believe in God. It is your boy Genesis. Thank you to the military. Thank you to the veterans. Thank you for your service. And I am signing out. I love you guys.